Yep. Yep. That's right. That's right. My friends, once again we arrive at a Thursday. A very important day of the week. It is the official day of D&D in the Dragon's Claim. The streets of Grand Crest are buzzing with excitement as the Runewind Festival is nearing its beginning. Pilgrims from across the Shattered Sea and beyond in Teleria find their way to the various inns and taverns and marketplaces. The shops are prosperous and bustling. The vendors are excitedly trading their wares in one of the largest cities on Teleria during one of the greatest times to be there. And on this day, the sun shines above the white clouds. Grand Crest nestled on its throne. The Shattered Sea. The members make their way to the Dragon's Claim, bearing gifts of elven rations, dwarven mead, and fine spices from across the realms. Today is D&D Day, and as the members shuffle their way into the guild hall, ready to start their adventures, so too do we await our grand games tonight, because everyone I know plays D&D on a Thursday again. I don't know why. I don't know what happened. It's like basically within a 3-month period, everyone just started playing D&D again on Thursdays. For a while there was like a Monday, Friday, Sunday type thing, but now I feel like everyone's playing D&D on Thursdays again, which is kind of nice. You know, we all have this like shared collective experience of playing D&D at the same time, even though we're not playing D&D together, even though we're also not in person, because God help us if any of us want to be in person with each other. Like, oh my God, imagine playing D&D in person with people you know. Holy shit. What an absolute loser thing to do. My God, man. If you're not playing D&D over Discord, what are you doing in the modern era? What's up, Sabine? Good to see you. Good morning, Garthen. Good morning, Atari. Good morning, Entities. Good to see you, Tharkin. Good to see... Wait, who's that? Hold on. Your name's too dark. I can't see it. Hamster, what's up, dude? Good to see you. Good to see you, Bylong. What's up, Cass? My liege, you forgot the going live announcement, sir. Ooh, thank you, Ashy. I definitely did. You are 100% correct about that. I did forget. Where is us. What should we say today? What should we say to the guild members of the Dragon's Claim? Thanks, Torkin. Appreciate it, bro. I forget my going live announcement probably once every, I'd say 3 months, I think. I think I'm pretty good about it. 3 months, maybe 2 months. I don't know. But thanks, Thorkin. Thanks for saving me, bro. Appreciate it. Yep, 3 months. That's what I said, man. On average, I think if you go back 3 weeks, really? Find a time within the last 3 weeks that I forgot to say that I was going live. That's what I thought. Fucking comes out here all ready to roll, gloves on, gets shoved in a locker. Bitch. I'm a great streamer. What are you talking about? Good morning, Alf. How's it going, bro? Good morning, Jacob. Good to see you. Thorkin called me. Thorkin did call you because Thorkin knows what he's doing, man. He's got it. He's got it. Yep. I told you to send it like last week. It definitely wasn't last week. I definitely didn't miss any of my going live announcements in the last like month. So I don't know what you're on, Alf, but heard you were hiding the stream from us secrets. Yes, it is. Today is a secret stream, by the way, Penguin. Today is a secret stream in which we will do secret Astral Knight things because we have some important work to do. After our ramblings last stream yesterday, yesterday, last day, around there. I decided to do a more formal release of the Astral Knight class. We're going to do a leather-bound Astral Knight class. Okay? That's right. It's going to be fucking sick. So, we need some art for that. And I also have to draw some cool knightly figures, because apparently I don't draw enough men, so says the internet. Not that anyone wants me to draw men, I think, because if I was to, you know, track like the, you know, it's one of those things where people will say like, oh, Evan, here's the meme. You don't draw men's. No one wants you to draw men's. The last time you drew a men's wasn't. And they'll meme and meme and meme and meme and meme, right? They'll dunk on you. They'll say, oh, you don't know how to draw characters that are this or that or whatever. And yet my Instagram says I'm doing just fine. So get fucking bent. I guess I'll keep drawing hot, broody Astral Knight chicks. Now we need to draw some better characters to properly and accurately represent the various Astral Knights. So if you guys have any ideas for Astral Knights that you want to see, some like cool, maybe like less standard, like characters that would invoke the knightly feeling, you know? I don't want weird shit like, oh, I need my cat boy Astral Knight. I need my like dog girl Astral Knight. I need like archetypical knightly figures that you might see in the Order. The Grand Master figure with the large beard and mustache and scars. The, you know, the missing eye patched Astral Knight. Things like that. That's what I need to help paint a picture of what we can expect from the Order as it grows as far as art. If you're in today's stream, you're the part of the exclusive people who watch Evan's Stream Club. That's right, Ashy. That's right. I mean, look, hey, I don't know what you get for that. You know what I was thinking about doing once in a while? I was thinking about doing just random promo, like Eldara TCG promo giveaways randomly at the beginning of streams sometimes for like literally people who are first or whatever. I think that'd be kind of funny, wouldn't it? Right? Someone types first, you're like, congratulations, you just won a promo or whatever, you know? I don't know. I think that'd be kind of funny. Whatever you get on the club, I don't know what it is, but not last week, funnily enough, but last week of April. So 3 weeks ago. There you go. 3 weeks ago. See? Yeah. Fucking 3 weeks ago. That's what I said, man. Every 3 weeks. You said every 1 week. I said every 3 weeks. What are you talking about? An Astral Knight Squire that's about to become the main character of the anime. An Astral Knight Squire that's about to become the main character of an anime. So basically you just want me to draw Ulner's character from our D&D game, but I'm afraid that if I draw that much of a twink, I'm going to attract a whole new brand of TikTok following that I don't know if I want. Not that I don't have that I have everything against people who want me to draw twinks, but I feel like sometimes when you have like you cultivate a following of people who only want to see one kind of art, then they don't want to see anything else, you know? And if my time in my guild, Taint Invaders, told me anything about what people wanted from my art, I gotta be careful. I gotta be careful. Big ass tower shield and large scar, sort of bulwark type guy. Well, a bulwark type knight would be a great idea. They don't have shields in the Astari Order, but that's not a bad idea actually. Doing our big like towering brute bulwark, you know, berserker class kind of behemoth knight. That's a great idea actually. That kind of like Braum from League of Legends style silhouette or whatever. See, that's the kind of shit we need to figure out. We gotta someone add that to the list. I don't know where the list is, but or who's managing it, because I should be managing it. But Astral Knight Smith. Now, drawing one of the head smith or whatever would be. Ooh, that'd be good actually. Do I make the head smith the only one who makes the astral steel blades? Do I make him a grizzled old dwarf? Or is that too predictable? Or is sometimes predictability in fantasy good? Is giving into that expectation that the master smith of the Order, this like zealot of the forge, this religious figure within the Order, this master like arms maker, do I give in to the fantasy desire to make him a dwarf? You know? A retired knight dedicated to the cause after losing his right dominant hand and important mission. Now he trains the initiates in swordplay with his left hand. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. wonder what happened if you lost a hand are losing body parts and things like that things that magic should be able to restore in a D&D game? Is getting your hand cut off the kind of thing that people would expect to be able to be healed, or is that the kind of injury that like is like character defining? D&D's weird like that, right? Do we need to retell the Taint Invader story? We do not need to retell a Taint Invader story. We do that once every year, close to Halloween, and I don't need to remind any of the new guild members about my time as a Taint Invader. That's dude with a gnarly scar going up his neck. A neck scar. We haven't heard of a neck scar yet. We had a face scar, a lip scar, all kinds of scars, but a neck scar, you say? Neck scar would be okay. That's not a bad idea, actually. Kind of like that. You can lean into the tropes, yes. I think I can once in a while, right? I think we make the master smith of the Astari order. I think we make him some sort of a grizzled little dwarf, right? With an eye patch or some shit. I don't fucking know, man. I don't know. I think classics are classics for a reason. You're absolutely right about that, Chalk. There's a lot of stuff in fantasy. One of my biggest sort of like ideas in fantasy is that there are certain ideas that shouldn't be thrown out and should be revered, and certain ideas that can be reskinned and redesigned. And simply being new age and like modern and throwing things out and discarding useful ideas for the simple sake of it is a mistake. But also not be like holding too much reverence to certain ideas is also a mistake. So that's very insightful. Kate, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Honored to have you. Appreciate it. Also, today's the 15th, Evan. It's Sexy Withers Day. Just a reminder. Sexy Withers Day. Why is the 15th Sexy Withers Day? Wait, what? When did the 15th become Sexy Withers Day? Is this a specific thing on all 15ths, or is this just a May 15th thing that is Sexy Withers Day? Wait, hold up. Wait, what? Please elaborate. I think permanence of injuries is tied more to how often you get them and less their severity. Losing a hand in a duel against your father versus a DM rolling randomly on a limb, lost tail because the beholder crit. I see. So we use it narratively then, is what you're saying. Because I was thinking about giving our Astral Knight guy over here that I have a little bit of a base sketch for in the upper left-hand corner. I did that last night, and I was thinking about finishing that piece today. I was thinking about giving him like some kind of like gnarly eye scar or whatever, you know? But I wondered if Astral Knights who can kind of heal themselves a little bit, which by the way, we didn't build any self-healing into the Astral Knight yet. That's something I haven't done yet. I realized, oh shit, we need to do that. So Regenerate is a 7th level spell, so that's the 13th. The Druid or Circle Cleric, sorry, Regenerating Limb would come from a very powerful figure. Right, so in D&D specifically, regeneration magic comes from very powerful, it's just kind of like resurrection magic. But in a general fantasy sense, do you think that it should be available? You know, because I you know, D&D is a great base, but I don't obviously want to use D&D rules to build a fantasy world. D&D is my bitch. It's my tool I use for my world building. I don't world build for D&D. So I always try to balance the idea of, do I, you know, build something or write something or whatever with D&D in mind, or do I, you know, adhere to it because it's a good idea, or do I completely discard it because D&D got it wrong and I can do it better? You know what I mean? I don't know. I kind of like that's good to know for D&D, but I don't know if it informs the idea of a general fantasy world as to whether or not regeneration should be kind of like accessible. But now that I think about the power curve for Eldara, that does seem about on point. Because the thing is, the power curve for Eldara is a lot lower. There's not a lot of like 15th level NPCs walking around in the world, like many at all. There's like single digit, maybe double digit. So like the D&D power scale for like regeneration being 13th level, that's actually kind of checks out, right? It's the kind of thing that if you were somebody very, very important, you could theoretically have your limb regenerated, your eye put back together, your hand, whatever. But if you're like even an important knight of the realm or whatever, or a hero or an adventurer, you probably, if you lost an arm or whatever, you probably wouldn't get that shit back, right? On all 15th, it is the monthly Sexy Withers time. I have it on my calendar ever since the first I saw it, and you said it was only once a month thing. Oh, okay. What do we do on Sexy Withers Day, Alf? Wait, what? Wait, hold on. How do we celebrate the day? Wait, what? Do I have to explain the post? Is that what I have to do? Self-healing and regrowing body parts are two whole different things, in my honest opinion. Self-healing and regrowing body parts. Yeah, sure. But like, I mean, when you're talking about certain damages for, you know, I don't know. It gets weird when you start thinking about healing magic. Not having regeneration easily accessible is a good thing for allowing permanence of consequences. Right. It's the kind of thing that a lot of D&D players don't tolerate, though. Hey, Garthen? You know, if you ask a lot of modern D&D players, like, hey, how do you feel about losing a limb or losing an eye or whatever, I don't know, during a fight with something, or having some sort of like scar on you for the rest of your time, a lot of D&D players are like, don't touch my pretty little character. I will tell you when I get a scar, not the other way around. Oh, not great and mighty DM, whom I forgot to buy Skittles and Cheetos for tonight. Shit, me too. Gotta move my car from the street cleaning. Wish me luck. Ooh, we're street cleaning already? You guys got the street cleaning there? Dude, we haven't even gotten our street cleaning signs up yet. So, must be fucking nice. Good luck, Chalk. You can get sovereign, sovereign glue? Is that how you pronounce it? For only 2k gold, much easier way to reattach limbs. You just super glue that shit on? That's some hockey player shit right there. You know? Like, you bust your fucking cheek open and they just super glue it shut. That's good shit right there. That's some Endrick Avalon, Knight of the Order kind of shit, you know? Actually, I am resisting the urge to try and have us go west to go fight the worm, just because I want to go to the desert and crusade. Is that like, is this normal if you're playing a paladin, an avenger, a cleric, like a holy crusader type character, the masculine urge to go to a desert and crusade against some sort of tyrannical beast or whatever? You know, is this normal? Because I feel like Ella's, I was like, how do you feel about going on a crusade? And she's like, I don't know, can we convince Vixie and Olms to go crusade? I was like, man, God, could go, like, is there like a holy land we can go take back, or like a relic we can go liberate or something, you know, like along the way? Because I'm tempted. All right. Oh, I just show you sexy with those. Okay, all right. Remind me in a couple of hours. We'll remind me a couple of hours, Alf, and I'll do the monthly apology for having drawn sexy withers. I actually think I might have lost it. Never mind. I think no, it's on my drive. Yeah, it's on my drive. I was reorganizing a bunch of stuff, and I think I deleted a bunch of files for things. I might have deleted sexy withers. Unfortunately, I may have. It might have happened. So we'll see. It's fine, I'll do it again. I'll do a better job of it next time. So, I know players are usually open to the idea of thematic permanence changes caused by boss fights. Yeah? I wonder what the average... This would be a good, like, Twitter poll. I really have to get a bigger Twitter following so that I can actually run, like, effective Twitter polls. I'll run a week-long Twitter poll and get 30 votes. And so it's like, that doesn't say anything. Like, unless you're getting, like, at least 500 votes or whatever on a Twitter poll about, like, D&D opinion or something, it's not really a good sample size, you know? So, fuck, man. These are the kind of questions I want answers to, bro. Yeah, go for it if you want. I mean, it's pretty good. Like there is definitely that urge to go ride through the desert and take back some sort of a holy relic or a land or a city or whatever. Maybe it's just the Avenger player in me. You know, it's just you play enough paladins, Avengers, clerics, things like that, and you just want to... I don't know, man. You just want to die in some foreign, sandy, barren wasteland while protecting pilgrims or something. I don't know, man. Maybe this is like a common paladin fantasy. Not paladins past level 7, because if you ask anybody about playing a paladin past level 7, they'll spit on you. Not in my games, though. I don't allow multi-classing, you fucking nerd. God damn. All right. So, we have Astral Knight things to do today, man. One of my players is partially infected by a Phyrexian oil. What is Phyrexian oil? I'm assuming that's the Magic the Gathering Phyrexian shit, but I think Phyrexian, the idea of what a Phyrexian is, has changed greatly since I have been involved in Magic the Gathering. So I have no idea what modern Phyrexia is like. I think it's too, like, weebish or whatever for the old school magic player in me. Even things like Elish Norn was a bit of a, like, New Phyrexia even as a set. Scars of Mirror to Mirror and Besiege New Phyrexia was a bit of a departure from the idea of what the Phyrexians actually were. So I'm probably another 10 years past that, and they're probably like Final Fantasy 14 anime girls jumping around or whatever, some shit now. I see multiple problems in the world and leave them for you to decide which to solve. Ooh. Well, I think so. What are we doing right now? We're going to the north to we're gonna meet with the knight captain today.
You have nothing to worry about.
If you're a first edition monk, you have nothing to worry about. Yes, I agree. If you've taken the vow of poverty and you use the Book of Psionics from 3.5 or 3.0, then you especially don't have anything to worry about. It's 100 bits, Moose. I appreciate that. Moose, I have your I have your crumbs and everything printed out and good to go. If you want them, let me know, bro, and I'll send them to you because I'm trying to get all the golden crumbs out for everyone that wants them. And if not, that's cool too. I'll just mark you off on the list, I guess. But thanks for the 100 bits, bro. Appreciate that. It means a lot, man. Thank you. MDG Phyrexian thing. Yeah, I think like is there a Phyrexian send a whisper? I sent you a message on Discord about it. But if you'd rather DM me on Twitch on where to send it, that's cool. You just have to let me know because I haven't checked my DMs on Twitch in probably 3.5 years, and I don't check my DMs on Twitch unless somebody specifically tells me that there's something important in there. So if you'd rather send me the deets of where to mail all that shit off to on Twitch, totally up to you. I will make sure to try and check that, and then I can send that letter off, which, by the way, mailing stuff got more expensive. Bro, I was looking through my American postage stamps when I was mailing some stuff this week, and I had a roll of American postage stamps that were $1.40. And then I had a booklet of American postage stamps that were $1.60. And I was like, oh shit, I guess the postage to the US went up. I wonder if I can still use my $1.40 stamps, or if they'll even honor them anymore, or if I have to add in an extra 20 cents or whatever to get up to $1.60. Well, apparently sending a letter to the US went up to $1.70. So even the stamps that I have don't fucking work. So I sent things out over the last week or so everywhere. I sent letters to fucking Jacob's Lord of the Rings address. I sent things to Germany. I sent things to fucking Alberta. I sent things to Alabama. All right. And I am curious if any of them are going to arrive, because apparently they all have outdated stamps on them. Now, I'm hoping that Canada Post and the other postage companies of the world are like, well, it's probably fine, you know? It's like, it's an old stamp and we did, you know, raise the price, but maybe there's a grace period there. Like if they say that the new stamps are $1.70 and you use $1.60 one that's a little bit older, they're like, you know, no big deal. I'm really hoping that's the case, because otherwise I'm going to get a whole bunch of fucking mail back and be very pissed off in the next little while. And also even sending out my larger mail went up by $2. So man, I got to figure some shit out for mailing stuff. Apparently it's getting expensive, bro. Like, apparently we have to just email everything. The digital age is upon us. Nobody wants any physical goods anymore, or so says the Post. But our Post will probably be going on strike again soon, which does suck. So I have to get everything mailed out before the 20-something-ish of May, because apparently that's when there might be another Canada Post strike. And the last one lasted for 2 months. So if you want anything from me in the mail, we should probably get on that. My understanding for Phyrexians is close to a Borg of Star Trek, except more grotesque. Ooh, yeah. And the new, like, fleshy Phyrexian, like the smooth Phyrexians of the modern era, are the ones that I don't really understand, Garthen. Because yeah, I mean, like, if you look at the old old Phyrexian artwork, like you want some real good Phyrexian shit, go look at Urza's block Phyrexians. That's some good, like, 80s kind of like bio sci-fi horror. I don't know what the right term is. What's the right term for that? It's like biotech 80s sci-fi horror. I don't know. You know what I mean, right? It's got that kind of, it's got like tubes and shit and whatever. It's all very creepy. I really love the original Phyrexian art. The new Phyrexian artwork is kind of like, it's like creepy, I guess, but like you look at some like Elish Norn or like one of these like smooth Phyrexians with like skin, and it's not like creepy like the Borg Queen was. It's just kind of like weird. It's like, I don't know, reminds me more of like League of Legends shit than, you know, good fantasy horror stuff. So they raise the price every 6 months here. Stamps are the new MTG cards. True, right? Like I love buying stamps. I find stamps are a lot of fun to go buy and go buy fancy stamps, whatever. But the problem is we only ever get fancy stamps for Canada. You never get fancy stamps for international stuff. Like, I love stamps. I love that shit. I used to collect stamps when I was young. My grandpa collected stamps. My great-grandpa collected stamps. And then my mom collected stamps. And then I collected stamps when I was young. And I get little booklets of new stamps when they come out with the cool art and everything. The first day cover release things, the Zodiac stamps. I have a whole stamp collection that I love, you know? And I like going and seeing new Canadian stamps and like what cool art that can you get on your stamps for this week or whatever. The problem is none of my patrons or anybody that like buys shit from me lives in Canada, because there's like 4 of us in Canada. So everybody's American or international, mostly American, but you can never get cool American stamps. I mean, maybe you can. Can you order stamps anywhere? Like, can you go shopping for bespoke stamps online in Canada? Is that a thing? Or do you just have to go to the post office? Whatever the fuck they have is what they have, you know? If it's USPS, they're not paid enough to care. So unless the machines check for it, you're probably fine. So I mean, that's a good point. That's a grim but great point, Cass. But I thought that if a stamp get like, so I kind of misspoke earlier, because I'm pretty sure that the people that decide or define whether or not the postage is like enough is your postage. So if I put a stampless letter, or if Canada Post sends like a stampless letter through to the US, they'll just shrug and be like, all right, whatever, we'll send it along, you know, and still charge Canada Post for whatever the fee is. So as long as Canada Post accepts it, you know?
Today is the Mitarashi Dango. Random meta is an interesting meta.
What the fuck is the Mitarashi Dango? Is it the one with the sauce? That is the one with the sauce. Ooh. I mean, if you've ever had like proper dango, like that's a dude. This is a thick fucking meta. Like, honestly, especially the glaze, like the tricolor is good, but the dude, like a 9.6 or whatever. I think a 9. You know, I'm gonna make some of this shit this weekend. I haven't made dango in a long time. It's hard. You gotta go get some special ingredients for it, some special sugar as well. If I can find the sugar for it, I'll do it. I haven't done it in so long. Yeah, fuck, man, that's a great idea, Duria. 9.6, great meta entry. Holy shit. How's it going, bro? Good to see you, Durga. Good to see you, man. Spawn Discord, excellent. Thank you, Moose. I will send off your golden crumb. Golden crumb? Hold on. You have a golden crumb or is this a silver crumb? I forgot. Golden crumb. I'll send your golden crumb and your silver crumb and your sketch card off then probably this week. Well, likely this week, but probably tonight. I remembered about the American D&D stamps. I should buy them now. They have American D&D stamps, really? Really? Canada Post USA stamps. I have, dude, you know how much I love stamps? Ooh, they do have different stamps, like wildflower stamps, permanent stamps. Oh, wait, is this a thing? Because I think it's fun to get a letter in the mail and has cool stamps on it, you know? Is that weird? Am I dumb for thinking this? Oh, yeah, okay, you can get them online. Oh, dude, look at that. Coil of 50 permanent stamps, wildflowers of Canada, domestic rate stamps. Where's the international ones? International rate stamps with some Rockies on them. Oversized mail stamps. No, I just need some American stamps. US stamps. But it also says it's $130, and that's definitely not how much it costs anymore to send a US postage post. So I do have, dude, you want to see some cool stamps? Does anybody, wait, can I show off my cool stamps? Okay, hold on. I want to show you guys a really cool stamp. Hold up. I know this is dumb. I know nobody cares, but I want to show you, dude. This is so fucking cool. Check this shit out. This is one of, I think this has them. Yes. This is one of my prize items. I love this. This is one of my favorite things that I own. Favorite gifts that Ella ever bought me. Check this shit out. So this is a box. This is a box. As you can tell. And this was from a very limited release of Pokemon stamps for the Japanese post. And it comes with like a cool like Pikachu promo and some other stuff in there. But look at these stamps, bro. These are stamps. That's a sheet of stamps right there. Japanese domestic stamps. And then this is more of them. So this is another shit. So these are I'm not kidding you, these are all stamps. So you can like they're perforated, you can peel them off. 63 yen stamps. And then this right here is another thing of stamps. Look at that, dude. 84 yen stamps. So you could use these if you wanted to. This is legitimately one of my favorite things that Ella has ever got me. Not just because of like it's also got this like this Mitzi, this like I think it's an Arita promo. I think in there, the Pikachu on the back of the lady at the kimono, and then it's got the deck and the pack and whatnot in there. But the stamps, bro, I fucking love stamps, man. I know it's a stupid, weird, like nerdy thing, but you just can't convince me that cool little things that have art on them aren't neat. You know? Whether it's stamps or trading cards or whatever, man, I just love it. And I wish that we had more interesting, like, stamps for mailing stuff to my illustrious and dear supporters. I guess do like a... Nah. These are all boring. Canada stamps, American stamps. Oh well, rip. No cool stamps for us today. That's cool, it's neat. Ah, shit, man. I didn't realize people would think it was cool. Let's go. Tried the ones from Lawson's and didn't care for it, unfortunately. I'm sure proper ready made is better. Well, it's not that sweet, and it's got a weird texture to it. So it's one of those things that I feel like Dango hits really well, especially, like you said, if it's fresh, it's way better than from fucking Lawson's. But I think that you might, if you didn't like it from a Lawson's, if you didn't even like it from a Lawson's, you probably might not even like it from like a proper vendor or whatever. Just because if the sweetness and the taste and the texture aren't there for you, you might not, yeah, I don't know. Give it a try when you're in Japan next, I guess, Aduria, from a proper vendor. Go to a festival. I have a whole set of US 50th anniversary stamps. That's pretty cool. What? Also a collection of stamps, but they have to come to me organically. I clip them out, keeping the postmark and everything. Now that no one sends Christmas cards, they are rare. I was going to send Atari. I'm gonna send you a Christmas card this year, okay? Because Ella and I bought Christmas cards. We bought cool ass Christmas cards when we were in Maui. We were gonna send out Christmas cards to all of our friends and family this year. Or last year, and like try and rebuild that tradition, because I think Christmas cards are nice, you know, they're fun, right? They're fun to get, they're fun to send out, even if it's just a little like, hey, what's up, you know, how's it going, hope your year's been lovely, love Evan and Ella, you know, a picture of the dog or the kids or whatever. I like that. So I get a Christmas card from Cobalt every year, makes my fucking season. All right. And I wanted to start doing Christmas cards again, and I was going to send out Christmas cards I was going to send out like 2 different categories of Christmas cards. One, this was a personal Christmas card to people that I know and, you know, like our family, whatever, with like some pictures of Ella and I and Yoon and whatnot. And then one to anybody who wanted one in the Dragon's Claim. I bought a whole thing from fucking Costco of really beautiful Christmas cards, and I was going to send out one to any guild member that wanted one. Right? But then Canada Post went on strike. I was like, fuck. I was so mad, dude. Oh god, and I could do a Christmas promo card in them. Oh wait, yeah, I like Christmas cards. I think that sending mail is fun, getting letters is fun, things like that is it's very nice, you know. Since I chat has someone chilled. I'll try it one last time. Evan, do you remember the very first paladin I had drawn 4 months ago when I first joined the stream? Check studies and working for some feedback when you're free. Did you do a redesign, revision, whatever? What do we got, Elf? Oh, I do remember this. Oh shit, man, that's some progress, Alf. Props for Morningstar too, man. Look at his tab art and everything. This is great design, bro. That's some good shit, man. That's some improvement. That's some serious, like, 4-month, where's the one? Oh, there's it. Oh, it's not animated. All right, well, just imagine it's animated. That's some serious progress in 4 months, man. I'm impressed. That's good shit, man. That's what I like to see, dude. I love to see it. The slow improvement, the regular progression of dedicated artists. It gives me hope. That's awesome, man. You should be proud of yourself. I'm impressed. I'm thoroughly impressed. I'm thoroughly impressed you stuck with it. Seriously, even just that. Even if you were just doing the same shit over and over again, the fact that you're still doing the same shit. People give up on this stuff too easily. That's awesome, man. You're actually making some pretty good progress, and I'm impressed. Good job, Elf. There you go. Welcome back, Chalk. If you like marshmallows and teriyaki sauce, yeah, then you probably won't like real, like, dango. It's very similar. It's like a tacky, thick marshmallow in teriyaki sauce. So that's, yep, if you weren't a fan of that the first time, you probably wouldn't like it in the real form either. I don't know. Maybe. It does hit a little different, so I don't know, man. All right. Well, I think it might be time to do some Eldara artwork. Now, by the way, last night I did go deep on this topic. The idea of making leather-bound, like, home printed versions of Eldara classes and things like that, and content and whatever, and releases. I know how to do it now, and I think that there's going to be a leather-bound, the dumbass, stupid collector's edition, limited editions of things for Eldara releases. I am going to be making them. For no other reason than I think it's really fucking fun. And I love collector's editions of crap. If you ever been to my house, you would see all the collector's editions of... I have collector's editions of books here. I have a Zelda art book that has a fucking orb bauble with it. I have collector's editions of games downstairs. I have collector's editions of... I don't fucking know. I don't know if anything around here. But anyway, so I figured out how to do some stuff with the leather binding of books and other materials and things, and using the Cricut to emboss and whatever, and oh boy, just you wait. It's gonna be a glorious year of crap, stupid projects that I decide to do for no real or good reason other than I think it's fun. So good morning, Sleepy. What's up, dude? Good to see ya. All right, so we've got an Astral Knight here that we need to draw, a little portraiture. I think I want to do some little tiny, like, kind of splash sketches here and there, but I need at least a couple of portraits of some, like, stoic-looking, stern Astral Knights being stoic and stern. So we're going to draw another proud-looking Astral Knight for our, I guess, class description for the good members of the Dragon's Claim who want to play an Astral Knight. So there's some nice class artwork in the book for you guys. But in addition to our boy here, there's going to be a couple of other pieces of art that I need to make for the Astral Knights. As far as, like, you know, selling a picture. Like, I want to make a kind of a... what's the right word? I kind of want to make an image of a group of Astral Knights, kind of like almost like a collection, of the order. You know, like kind of some with their hoods up, some with their hoods down, sort of like the Geminos piece. right? Kind of ready. Because they do operate as, like, they operate as very individual knights, but they do know how to fight well together. And that idea of kind of having a group of Astral Knights together, showing off, like, what, like, kind of the fantasy of being part of this, like, I guess this, what's the right word? Not a team, but it's like organization of well-equipped elite fighters. I think that's something that I kind of want to do a really cool, strong image of. Showing them all in various different guards and, you know, proficiently and competently maneuvering themselves through combat. That kind of thing. So I want to do like a big, like, kind of image like that as well at some point in time. So we need a couple of baselines for Astral Knights before we show off the different kind of, like, I guess you could say, classes of them. You know, the different archetypes of Astral Knights. So that is going to be a project that I'm going to put a lot of work into this week. I'm also going to do, by the way, a big project in the next week or two for a fairly substantial painting, I think, which I haven't done in a while. But we're going to paint, I think... there's a new like lore release, dump, drop, whatever, for Eldara that I need to put out that I haven't really talked about on stream. But one group or one, like, I don't know, entity I've never really talked about are the angelic-like overseers. The chosen of the Eldari. They're basically the angels of Eldara. And I really want to make a piece with a group of them, or at least one of them or something. For you know, many reasons, but one of them to help kind of like illustrate and canonize the actual bloodline of Ella Blackwood. But I want to do a really cool kind of like angel piece like that, because I really feel like it'd make a really stunning painting. And I want to do a kind of a more classical painting like that. So we're gonna go a bit deep on that. I've got some big projects, but I want to take that one on as well anyway, because I think it'd be really cool. The front lines, kind of. Just like showing off them being assembled, I guess, you know? Patent thoughts, since Astral Knights are charisma based for their magic. I know charisma comes in many forms, but to me I'm starting to think of archetypical Lancelot type person. I mean, the Astral Knights, like, the charisma is more of a stat used for force of will. So they are basically not learning the, like, incantations and magics of the astral aura the way that certain sages do. They're more taking in the power themselves and, you know, projecting out their manifestations of that power via their astral arts, I guess you could say. So, I should be recording this. Whoops. There we go. So it's the stat thing. I'd always say don't get too hung up on the D&D mechanics for like the lore type thing. Trying to explain away D&D mechanics with like, or trying to explain lore with D&D mechanics, I think is always a great way to maybe risk mediocrity in ideas, or to be too self-referential. So don't read too heavily into when I set a mechanic for something. Like if I say this is a charisma skill or whatever based thing, or force damage or whatever, you know, or if I used radiant damage, it does not automatically mean like gods and holy and, you know, shit like that. But definitely the charisma I think fits the best because it's more about the strength of will as opposed to the, you know, the direct knowledge of how the astral aura works. Now they have to have both, so I would make them a hybrid caster. I'd make them like an int charisma based fighter if that's, you know, a thing. But obviously for D&D it doesn't really work like that. Like if I could design a more sophisticated like gear set or skill set for them, I would. But D&D requires you to kind of fixate on one. And then if you have strength in there as well, that's like fine because you're doing melee stuff. But realistically, most of it is like, you know, more or less just based around the idea of one stat, one thing that represents the character class or the mechanic or whatever it is, and that's about it, you know? Angelic warlocks are a thing. Warlocks. I don't know, man. Warlocks are a tough sell for me. You know, no one has actually ever sold me on the idea of warlocks being a good idea for Eldara. I've heard a lot of like I've listened to, genuinely thought about a lot of kind of warlock based arguments. And no one's convinced me that warlocks are that the value they bring doesn't, or it outweighs the issues that come with like having warlocks in your setting, or powerful enough patrons and spirits to be able to like gift power to them. And it feels like every time somebody tries to like figure out a way that it doesn't sort of break things, that they start like jumping through so many hoops to get there, that it's kind of like, why bother at that point in time? You know what I mean? But the angels, that's an important like archetype, I think, from storytelling, and angelic like figures, and that's like kind of Ella. The idea of the winged deva type, the seraphim, whatever it is, man. I think it's a really cool vibe, and I want to reference it a little bit, because I have all this like kind of celestial spacey stuff, but I don't really have any of the like kind of more angelic, kind of like typical radiant heavenly things. The wisdom work as it's casting from what information being passed down through teaching. Wisdom, I always think that wisdom doesn't know what it wants to be, if it wants to be charisma or int, you know what I mean? Wisdom's always a very inelegant stat for me to try and find the rationality of the RP behind it. But I don't know. It's certainly not the worst one out there. It's not the worst offender. In like RPG stats, I guess. Like an AD&D Solar. I'm not familiar. I'm unfamiliar with the AD&D Solar. Warlocks do feel really for keeping power from higher power, specifically to be less direct or fully transcendental. Yes, and that's the problem, is once you have the main issue with Warlocks is that once you have something that is powerful enough to basically gift its power and beseech, you know, that you can beseech for great magics and great favor. Once you have creatures that are that powerful, it does limit the actions of mortals. You know? You get less of the like Gandalf, Saruman, Galadriel type figures, to the point where Aragorn can still make a difference, and you get more of the like the Final Fantasy XIV, there's a hero class type thing. Which is fine if that's the kind of story you want to tell. It's just not this kind of story I want to tell. Like the semi-tortured thralls must do the bidding of their masters, even if they really don't want to. That's powerful story arc. Like for the warlock type thing, or closest thing I could think of is of a mage strong enough they could shave a sliver of power off to have someone else grow and develop, granting new person power they might normally wouldn't, while allowing the source to work on things they wanted to, or deal with things they can. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Then you still have like then you like, that's fine, and I think that's a great idea. It's just then you limit the like kind of the power that someone can basically be given. So like warlocks up to the point of level like 3 makes sense to me, and they're fine. But a warlock, like a 15th level warlock, you're implying that there's somebody way above that 15th level warlock that can be giving them power. And so, oh shit, like then this is like a real big boy challenge, you know? And again, past that point, anytime that people sort of like have like, oh, well, what if they like do this, and like, here's how you do that, and here's how you properly do the warlock, and you know, you get into it, it does feel like you're doing a whole bunch of mental gymnastics to try and make it, just like to try and force an idea to work. You know, and once we have to try too hard to make an idea work, I think that it's one of those things that like the magic is lost already. If you're trying to explain away why there's a certain like, I don't know, natural intrigue, a seduction of the idea, that you just let yourself be carried away by how cool the idea is. And once you have to sort of like try too hard to be allured to it or whatever to make it work, it's kind of like, you know, it's a little meh in my opinion. We've lost some of the magic at that point in time. And warlocks just kind of feel like one of those things. Like warlocks to me are a very D&D class, and they work in D&D. But if we're not making a D&D world for D&D, if we're using D&D to make a world, then warlocks don't necessarily have a place, I don't think. Same thing with clerics in a lot of ways. Paladins maybe as well. With a Sith model, 1 to have the power and 1 to crave it. Ooh. Today, Knight and Dragooners. Ooh. I don't know about that, Plucci. Dragoons. Well, considering I haven't played Heavensward in a while. Yeah, I don't know about that one, Plucci, but how you doing, bro? Good to see you. You then have to be very particular with the reasons of why X source of magic isn't dealing with the problem themselves. Yeah, exactly. Like once you have sort of like I find the Deus Ex Machina and the kind of the mental gymnastics people go through to justify gods in their world. I don't mean to criticize people's ideas and say that they're like bad. I mean to say that I've heard it a lot. It's like the amount of times people have told me, well, the way I do gods in my world is they can't act upon the mortal world because they have some sort of rule against it. Yeah, Tolkien did that. And it worked. But everyone else doing the same idea for the last 70 years of fantasy is getting a little old to me. And when people explain to me with this hand wavy sort of like, this is why my gods don't interact with the world, it's fine. I'm not criticizing you and saying you have a bad story. I'm just bored with that, you know, personally. I don't want to write that story, right? Which should be good for you because then you don't have more competition, even though everyone's competing with you for that. So that's a little bitchy, but I think it's funny. So there's a bit of sticking a point, a certain power level, the master would just do the important job themselves. Yeah, that's the thing to me. Like what in Baldur's Gate 3, why didn't the gods just take down the Mind Flayer thingy, whatever? Why didn't Mystara just fix all the shit? And I don't remember the reason why. She couldn't. She was like bound to some rule that the fucking god of D&D said that they're not allowed to interject with the mortal plane or whatever. And it's like, that's fine. That's every single story. You know what I mean? That's all of them. There's some rule or pact or whatever. It's like either the gods are too disinterested in your problems, at which point they're not going to give you any power. Or the gods are interested enough in you or in your problems that if there is truly a world-ending, world-shaking, like, challenge threat, why wouldn't they just sort of handle it? And then if they do, then that means the ultimate actions of the mortals, either you become avatars of your gods and then the mortal class is basically irrelevant, or you don't, and then everything you do is kind of irrelevant because your god could just snap their fingers and omnipotently solve the problem. And so that's kind of the problem with it. That, or you have to like acknowledge there's like a lack of divinity in your pantheon. That there's some that they are powerful beings, but they aren't like all powerful, in which point can they really be granting power in like a reasonable way? And I don't know, you know, these are all like questions without necessarily obvious answers, I don't think. But just I find that to try and arrive at the conclusion that a lot of people get to with these questions, I find that they're just kind of like, I've just heard it before, you know. That's why warlocks don't really work for Eldara. They work for D&D because there's powerful beings everywhere. That's part of the charm of D&D. Is it's a world of like, a peasant isn't going to do shit in D&D, right? The mortal soldier, the level 2 soldier, isn't going to do anything in D&D because as soon as Orcus comes down, you're done. It's over. But that's part of the charm of D&D, is that you are talking about the powerful figures on the chessboard only, for the most part. Unless you're sucking copium and you think that the less important figures actually matter, which is fine if you want to suck that copium, because that's totally fine. Go on the adventure you want to go on, but let's not pretend that we're not sucking copium to make it work. It's kind of like when you're watching an anime that has a really bad plot, but you're enjoying it anyway, and you're like acknowledging you're sucking copium, that this is a shit story, but you're still having fun. That's totally fine but again, if the goal is to make a not shit story, then we can't suck any copium on it. So the problem is then, something like a warlock requires mechanics of D&D, the world building mechanics of D&D to work, and they don't really work in a world like Lord of the Rings, right? Unless it is not a warlock, but the warlock. You know what I mean? Unless you are like, the warlock magic in Lord of the Rings would be something along the lines of like some Valar or Maiar or whatever, probably a Valar. Some Valar has given you their power to do things and act upon the world with their power. but there's like 5 Valar that might, and so you're one of like 6 warlocks, right? You know what I mean? It kind of makes it harder for it to be a character class or whatever. The Mouth of Sauron is what I thought about immediately, but then he doesn't really. He's the closest thing to that, but he doesn't represent, I think, the warlock magic. He doesn't command the power of Sauron. He just sort of like is, you know what I mean, a servant of. Unless the warlock's patrons are all stuck on Eldar itself, then they can interact with the realms because of important reasons only known to Evan, right? Yeah. That make the relationship or mystic connection between the two important, perhaps not fully understood. How it works in the universe, perhaps strange play on the power of words akin to Paladin's Oath between 2 people. My gods are dying and warring amongst each other and usually and are using humans as cannon fodder. And that's a great story. Like, there's nothing wrong with that. But it does, when simply by saying they're using humans as cannon fodder, it changes the type of story. It changes the story as you are, like the human story in that event is you are the person sort of interacting within the larger war. Which is a great story, by the way, but it empowers the mortal. It also takes away certain storytelling possibilities for them. And it's a mixed bag, you know, and it's like not a bad one. That's a great idea, but it isn't the story of Eldara. And so it's like, again, you can't have, if you want the mortal to have like some sort of agency to act upon the world, and you want to tell sort of an archetypical story, I don't think you can just be like cannon fodder. You know what I mean? You can make an argument for, like, I guess, if you want to go really deep into like some fucking Dostoevsky shit, you could make an argument for that, but I'm not interested in entertaining that conversation for 4 hours today. That's a big one. He gets his ass kicked easily. Yeah, he's more of like he's less of a warlock. Closest thing to a warlock, I think, but he's less of a warlock in that he channels any of Sauron's power, and more just that he's like an avatar of a mouthpiece for, I guess. The message in mind before the one you just read explains how using the bonds between people would allow you to have source of power. I'm sorry, my brain's not reading paragraphs today. For their own belief, the bond source power benefits the unknown connection, the leading possible scenario, warlock equivalent, becoming or just flat out stronger than the source. But if the source is lost, then so is the bond. Okay, I see. Yeah. Well, I mean, yeah, I mean, there's not like regardless, yeah, these are cool ideas, but these are cool ideas for stories that aren't necessarily like the archetypical stories that I'm trying to tell. Like, if we're trying to think about like the more like the mortal can act upon the world and the agency of the individual, as opposed to like sort of these like being gifted or beseeched power by multiple sort of like entities of the divine, the more entities of the divine you bring into the story, like if you're talking about kind of like a duo of powers, so a light and dark, a good and evil, heaven and hell, these kind of things, then being an agent of that power is a little bit easier to rationalize or to talk about than if there's like if you're caught in a war between two sort of opposing forces, right? The divine and the demonic, heaven and hell, light and dark, whatever it is. That's easier to become an agent of in some ways than if you have multiple players and spirits and large demons and, you know, and then you represent less of a force on one side and you represent more of an individual bond with specific power. Then that's a bit tough. You're still like kind of removing the archetypical storytelling from that a little bit. Again, not a bad thing. It's just our goals are clearly, or should be clearly defined for this, I think. And I don't know. I'm just not convinced that warlocks are a thing that can work in Eldara. Like in the classic way that D&D warlocks work. Not that I really care to have D&D warlocks working in Eldara either. You know, I'm not stuck on the idea. I don't need there to be warlocks in Eldara, right? I'm not like hung up on it, you know what I mean? It's one of those things that there's an expectation when you say you're doing D&D. Like, one thing that I always find a little bit strange in that kind of like new modern age of D&D is the amount of expectations that come with you saying that you're doing something D&D-esque. There's like a certain like vocabulary and like accepted sort of like vernacular for what D&D is and like a definition of it now that I feel like wasn't there, I don't know, even like maybe 10 years ago. And so when you say you're doing something D&D-esque, there'll be sort of multiple layers of like people with an expectation of adherence to it. There's the expectation of adherence to like if you're doing a D&D project, you're doing like Beholders and Red Dragons and Pelor and Bauhaumut and whatever else, and that's like D&D. But then there's also the expectation of people that's more something along the lines of, oh, so that there's warlocks and and paladins and rangers and whatever, and if you're not sort of adhering even to that, you lose some people too, which is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just a thing to like kind of observe or think about, I think. But I think I might just need to say like just like brush warlocks under the cover and just say there's like warlocks. Yeah, if you want to be a warlock, I don't know, man, you tell that story. But like I would never tell a canonical story about a warlock in Eldar. You know what I mean? Unless it was like not a warlock, but like the warlock. Like Yurna Avalon could be a warlock, but she'd be a warlock of like one thing, maybe, and there'd be a story there, and it wouldn't be a general like sort of like approachable class. It'd be too heroic even for the hero's story of the D&D character that you're going to play. You know what I mean? The god's power is relative to how many people worship them, so they use them as troops, but they can kill them off as many. It's a bit of a problem for some gods. They're losing power because their worshippers are dying off too fast, but humans can also worship their new gods into existence. Get complicated really fast from writing that. It sounds complicated. Kind of like it though. Like the bonds thing, might use that somehow. I'll have to think on it more. Yeah, that's a cool idea at least. The list of typical monsters on Teleria. There's no Fey, demon, wait. There's no Fey, demons are in the abyss only. No planar beings, undead are a little unknown. So what are the things the adventurers kill? Well, there are mysterious monsters that sort of are amalgamations of magic that do function similarly to things like Fey, right? One of the biggest sort of threats on Teleria is the restless dead. So undead, the abyssals are actually kind of a subset of undead. They fall under that umbrella on Teleria. But there is like elsewhere in the world there are demons. But a lot of the sort of creatures that you could think of as being like naturally kind of like threats to adventurers and things like that, you could think of magically augmented predatory creatures. So the creature's ultimately natural in origin. It just has maybe like some sort of like a crazy, like, a good way of thinking about how I think about monsters. Think about maybe like evolution. So think about evolution taken to a fantastical degree. And maybe somewhere along the lines of like kind of the Avatar, like Pandora style monsters, creatures, just like very strange sort of like aliens, maybe, as far as the design goes. Demons are supposed to represent something specific. I don't want to handle demons lightly, right? I really don't want to handle demons with an steady hand, because I think that when you're invoking sort of these like ideas of the worst, most negative sort of parts of human emotion manifest into creatures of pain and suffering, I think that's something you have to handle with like a certain amount of reverence. The idea of just like, I don't know, slaying dragons and like finding demons and whatnot, these are things that I think are supposed to be really big threats to the world. And if it's like, I have so much respect for the idea of what demons represent from a narrative standpoint that if I was to unleash demons into the world in a casual way, it would feel like it would kind of like take away some of their power. You know what I mean? Does that make sense? It's like dragons. I don't invoke dragons very easily. So there are kind of Fey-like creatures and demon-like things and abyssal-like things and undead-like things. But a lot of the monsters of Teleria, like for the random encounter chart that I'm going to be building for the Shattered Sea, a lot of it is just like some sort of crazy, like large evolved, insect creature that shoots fire or whatever from some chemical like dragon fire type thing, or whatever. Stuff like that, as opposed to necessarily wrestling with forces of like great evil or whatever. So the abyssals are very concerning. And I think that in some ways removing the amount of type of threats and concentrating them is more powerful from a storytelling standpoint. Yeah. I've been like for like months, but we're here now. Welcome back, Buns. Good to see you. Kotetsu, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Honored to have you. Yeah, here's an example of Warlock the people wouldn't think he's a Warlock. King Arthur, because obtaining a sword from a lady in the lake, he's taking power and a gift. He'd also be a paladin for having an oath. More levels Paladin than Warlock for him. Sure. And I think in that kind of that kind of idea is fine, but again, you're like not a Warlock, you're kind of like the Warlock, and that's in that point, right? Or you are limited in power, right? So like Warlock, I can envision a relationship between two powerful entities that if you have a Warlock who is like, you have a 10th level, you have a 10th level spirit, and they could build like a couple of Warlocks. So you could have like a 3rd level Warlock, a 1st level Warlock, and a 4th level Warlock. But once you have something getting close to the level of power that the spirit has, you get like an 8th level person. Well, this person doesn't really need the master anymore. So then you like sort of lose your Warlock status at that point in time, which means that the Warlock to me is more of a class concept of how to acquire your power than a good idea for a class archetype for Eldara. So I don't have anything against the inherent sort of idea of Warlock sort of patron magic, but to me it seems like it would have to be limited. You'd have to grow out of your Warlock. Like the idea of being a Warlock would be more along the lines of a naturally gifted magic apprentice, or somebody who found their power through, I don't know, their sock collection or something like that. But eventually you would grow out of your Warlock phase. You know what I mean? Which means that it doesn't really, that it's a cool like concept. But as a class for D&D, it doesn't really fit in Eldara. So you could, I think I'm okay with that. You can have a concept of being a Warlock, but I think that that is a concept that you could sort of build into almost any magic class, as opposed to having it be something that is like, you know, that's a Sith. Well, it isn't, because you're not getting your power from your master as a Sith. The Sith master is teaching you how to use a greater power. So it's not at all like the Sith, actually. It's not even remotely close. To be very honest, I was trying to find a way to relate it there to kind of be in agreement, but I just realized that's a complete and total complete X right there, in my opinion. But it would have to be the kind of thing where it's like the Sith, if you wanted to use that, okay, let's try and be generous with this. So you could be a Sith Warlock for like the first couple levels, given the power of the Sith. And then like at a certain point in time, you realize that how to get access to that power on its own. But I don't know. You know what I mean? Like the Warlock works as a concept for progression in Teleria, but it doesn't really work as a concept of like a class, you know? Like a Paladin's a class, a Mage is a class. But here's the thing also. You know what was, as a hot take, I've never really entertained the fucking heat that I'd catch for it on stream. I don't think sorcerers and wizards deserve to be different classes in a narrative standpoint, right? So the class of sorcerer versus wizard, totally support it. Absolutely, make them different classes. They use magic in a different way. But the problem is, narratively, in Teleria, they're referred to as mages. So if you're a mage, then you can cast some wacky space magic from your fucking hands. You're an astral sage. If you can cast some wacky elemental magic from your hands, you're a mage, you know? And whether or not you do that through sorceress power progression of natural bloodline talent and inherent ability, that's one thing, versus if you're doing that through like sort of studious wizard-like sanctum dwelling, then that's fine too. Good morning, Vale. Good to see you. Oh, what's up, Azalea? Did me to you commented on my own comment to Strange Dog Creations. Oh, okay, sorry. Unless it's like added somebody, I assume it's like at me. So okay, fair enough. So yeah, I mean, to be honest, I don't really like the idea of there being a narrative break between sorcerers and wizards, but that's a whole nother fucking category of like heat that I would catch from people that have very strong opinions and attractions to their sorcerer storyline or whatever. But again, the idea of okay, let me be fair for D&D. The idea of a sorcerer versus a wizard being a distinct narrative idea is a D&D Forgotten Realms specific thing. just like warlocks. The problem is once you're trying to use D&D as a framework for building your own idea, not everything fits. Right. And this is the kind of thing that I try really hard to figure out how to like kind of open people. Like most people are open-minded. The 90% of people are open-minded and willing to hear it out. But when you try and like sort of like describe the fact that your D&D adventure doesn't like that D&D is a tool that I use, not that a thing that I build for. There's some people that really don't understand what that means. And trying to like break the kind of mold of saying like, yeah, warlocks don't only exist in my world. They're like, but you're using D&D to build your world. Like, yeah, but warlocks don't fit in that. That's a very D&D specific idea. You know, it's kind of like the astral sea. Like, do you need to have an astral sea or can you have space? People are kind of like, oh, well, it's a D&D game, but you have space instead of an astral sea. Like, okay, whatever. I'm like, fine. You know, they don't have a problem hang up with that. But certain ideas, or like the fact that I don't have beholders in my world, it's like, oh, okay, whatever. Most people are like, I don't care. But as soon as you start talking about class things, that's when people, I find, you get the most resistance there. The most sort of narrowing of the mind in that sort of idea or focus of what is like worthy of being D&D or not. And then you get the crazies where somebody said like at the convention in Edmonton, so so this isn't fan art? I said, no, it's art for my D&D game. They said, oh, so it's D&D fan art. I was like, you know, like I try and be charitable to people, but sometimes somebody says something so stupid that I realize I just have to disengage from them, that you just want to de-aggro the mob. You know, this happens all the time in YouTube comments. It happens sometimes in my own chat. Someone will say something so fucking stupid that I'm like, I need to de-aggro the mob and just disengage. This is a smile and nod type moment for me, you know? So that's when somebody's on that far the extreme of what the idea of like D&D is, to the point where if you're doing art, if you're using D&D to build a world, you must be doing D&D fan art. At that point in time, they've self-reported to a certain degree. So you just have to disengage, you know. Last day of dumb work hours, you're still doing those work. Jesus, Azalea, hope you're taking care of yourself. For me, Ratia, the difference between clerics and priests both boils down to they are attached to the temple, they are priests, and if they are roaming the land, they are clerics. That's kind of an interesting idea. So sort of like a bit of an idea of the, is it fair to say a bit of an idea of the idea of like a samurai versus a ronin? Or is that too simplistic for the understanding purposes of your idea, Cow? To random person, they are the same thing. Honestly, the pretentious division of sorcerers and wizards in D&D feels weird. Wouldn't it be best buddies? Studying sorcerer or sorcerer's origins of power feels like a no-brainer. Is that it, narratively? Are they like opposed in that like for D&D narrative standpoint? Are sorcerers and wizards like kind of at opposition like that? I don't know. I'm completely ignorant on the way they function within D&D narratively. As soon as wizards gain the ability to cast spells with one action, they're not that different from sorcerers and their innate spell casting. Yeah. Sorcerers are just fling magic around, not cast spells. Since they both cast spells, they're not really different. Yeah, which is one of the reasons why the Astral Sage uses runes. People will sometimes question why the sages use a different system of casting than spells. There's a bunch of different reasons. I can explain all of them. People don't necessarily think they're all good reasons, right? Like if I say one of the maybe the 8 main reasons why I'm using runes instead of spells is because I want people to disconnect the idea of them from being simple wizards and sorcerers, and that this is something different and unique. And you might say, I don't know, that's pretty dumb. That's fair enough if you think it's a dumb idea. It's only one of the many reasons why, but it's one of them, and it might not be a good idea, but it's a valid idea, right? And so like, yeah, when you do get that where sorcerers and wizards are both basically using magic the exact same way, and they're using the exact same spells the exact same way, it's like, what's the difference then at that point in time? Because you're taking away a player option. Players don't like options that don't exist. Yeah. Average experience working retail. Sometimes the customer is so fucking wrong, you just gotta smile and nod. Yeah, you just gotta de-aggro the mob. You know? 100%. Oh yeah, dude. You see a crazy person on the street wandering around, you don't make eye contact. You don't question why, you know. No, man. Would people demonstrate themselves that they're like past a certain point? You don't interact. And I find that all the time with like YouTube comments and shit like that, where someone demonstrates themselves as being past a point of like redeemable like social reintegration with an idea. You're like, this isn't worth my time to try and explain to them, you know. So Retail's a great example for why, or where you could learn that. I absolutely, dude, working at the Magic the Gathering fucking counter at the card at the store, I had that all the time. Where someone would come in with some absolutely insane, stupid idea about how Magic the Gathering works, and all you have to do is just like, I'm not going to try and re-educate you. I'm giving up on you. I'm just going to say, sure, it sounds like a great idea, and let you buy your cards and fuck off. I just feel like how they have Magic. Sorcerers born with it in their blood. Warlocks are made a deal for Magic. Wizards went to college. Sure, yeah, and so narratively, it's different, but as like treating it as if they're part of a different class in some way, I think is a little bit, doesn't really work for Eldara. You know, the Ori, because that's what we're talking about, is like basically we're, you know, that's a great summary of the conversation you missed before here. Part of what I was getting at with Warlocks is that Warlocks don't really deserve to be a different narrative class in Eldara. It's more like an origin of power with a limitation, maybe, you know, something like that. Wizards and D&D are at opposition because the wizards are prideful of their study to gain power versus seeing sorcerers as ignorant and people who just lucked out without having to understand the power. Oh, okay. Did Baldur's Gate 3 have a prominent sorcerer character? Did they talk about sorcerers in Baldur's Gate 3? Like, at all? Did they? Oh, the Dark Urge story, okay. Wizards spend their time learning spells while sorcerers just innately spells gained through their bloodline. Yeah, of course. I do just like that sorcerers and wizards share a spell list in almost every system. Yeah, you'd think that like, if you were to really sell the idea of a sorcerer versus a wizard, I would think more of like, wouldn't you want to do something more like kind of a bender? Like, wouldn't you have this is one of the reasons why the Astral Sage class doesn't use a single spell that is similar, like it doesn't use a common spell in D&D whatsoever. Now the disadvantage is I have to balance all new spells, and sometimes I might just reskin a fucking spell. You might look at that spell and say, Evan, that's Fireball, and I'm like, yeah, and well, why wouldn't you just use Fireball? Because wizards cast Fireball, Astral Sages cast Orb of Fire, and you're like, what's the difference? Well, the difference is like, you know, the assumptions you come to and the preconceptions you gather before entering into an idea of what this class is. And sometimes that's enough. Sometimes that's enough, you know, is to have just a distancing. So like sages don't have mage hand and shit like that. Sages do have a small telekinetic, like cantrip basic type thing or whatever. And so it's not like a mage hand is coming and grabbing the coffee and putting it over on the other counter. It's like you're telekinetically moving things with the forces of the universe or whatever. You know, you're using it's technically gravity, but you're using gravity telekinetically to like move things around, right? Like one of the abilities that I'm giving sages is I'm giving them move object from Star Wars Saga Edition, the Jedi power. And I don't know how to word it yet. Let me read you this power. Tell me if this is a cool D&D power. Saga Edition move object. It's an attack, by the way. So more or less, you can make a charisma check or whatever, and you can move an object up to medium size. Based on your charisma check, you can move a different object, and it does more damage. Right? So if you get a 15 on your charisma check, basically, you can move a medium-sized object and it deals 2d6 points of damage. So you can pick something up and fucking hurl it at somebody. And I think that's cool as shit. You know? So sages can kind of do something like that. Now, on the small level, what's the difference between having move minor object and mage hand? Well, there isn't one. But I'm not calling it mage hand. The reason I'm not calling it mage hand is because I don't want people to think that these are warlock or sorcerers or warlocks or wizards. I want them to be astral sages, something different. They use a different power. The more you differentiate the thing from the close cousin to it in the game, the more you do paint a better vision of what the uniqueness of it is. It's like the more tethers you have to existing ideas in D&D, the less willing people I think are to be open-minded about things. So when you have a different idea that's way out there for your new spellcaster class, if they use the same spell list as druids or whatever, then you're like, oh, well, this is just a druid, so why can they use, you know, conjure metal? There's like a little mental resistance that comes with that I just think is really interesting. So We're gonna be careful about that, all right? We're gonna manage it well, and that's why I'm doing a new spell list. And again, some spells will be basically just the spell you're used to in whatever other spell list you have, but it's gonna be called something different and skinned differently and look different and be cool. And I'm taking some like cues from MMOs in that way, because MMOs do it really well. All right, what are we doing for our big boy here? I think we're going to start on the actual line work because I'm just sitting here monologuing about stuff nobody cares about. Oh, there's that too. Ah, shit. Oh, yeah. God, guys, got really monologue-y today. Ah, damn. My bad. Call this the delete sketch. We'll do our handsome Astral Knight man here, okay? Man, it's been a while since I did a character like this. Not too long, but it's been like a couple weeks at the very least. We'll see how much I've improved or if I've regressed at all. You can also pick up a person, throw them instead, which is neat, but you have to beat their will, otherwise it fails. Yes, and I'm basically just going to transcribe that exact same thing in there. I might do it as a mental grapple check instead of a will type thing for like you can magically attempt to grapple a person and hurl them. Now, does that work in as so far as like mechanics of D&D? I think so. It's gonna be a little clunky, but I think that it'll be fun. I think the idea of being able to use gravitational magic to like pick stuff up and throw it and whatnot, I think it's very spacey. The idea of like singularities and black holes and, you know, density of material and like that kind of more sci-fi type like astral magic, I think it's something that's gonna be really like a powerful, you know, vibe for Sage players that they'll hopefully enjoy. But obviously people are gonna say, well, this is just, why not just make this an attack? Why? That's unfair. You can like, okay, dude. You know, I guess I'll make it lamer just to fit within D&D rules. God damn it. God damn it. Not again. So maybe the knights have to have something like that too. Maybe the Astral Knights need to have some of those like powers to be able to like, well, I think that Astral Knights, they'll have a power where they can like sort of maybe telekinetically like pull their sword back to them, but I'm not making them like a sword throw attack a thing for the Astral Knight, because they kind of wouldn't ever throw their sword. Maybe they would. I don't know. I'm gonna ask the fucking retired Marines in our chat if they'd ever throw their gun at somebody in combat. I'm gonna fix that bayonet and practice them javelin tossing skills. Look at the spell called Telekinesis. What does Telekinesis do? It limits what you can pick up though, right? It's because it doesn't scale, does it? It's like a one thing. One action, you gain the ability to move and manipulate creatures or objects by thought. When you cast a spell, you, as an action, or and as each, wait, and as your action each round for the duration you cast, you can exert your will on, oh my god, dude, that's so much fucking to read. This is legitimately a TLDR. Maybe I'll like what, could I ask ChatGPT to summarize for me? I don't see a sliding scale of things, so I'll look it up later. That's a I'll look it up later. Is the bayonet in there for a reason? That's right. Get that K-bar on there, right? I've seen the Russian trench knife that's triple threat knife, single shotgun, and brass knuckle. I think I know what you're talking about. The old World War I thingy, or sorry, World War II thingy? I think I know what you're talking about. Mostly we just use bayonets to open MRE packs. Yeah, there's that, so okay. Yeah, Astral Knight's not really using their Astral Seal longswords for cooking. That's not a thing that they do. It's not really a thing that they do in there, so you know, good to remember. You want to move stuff with my mind ability. I do, and I wanna actually read it and see what it fucking does, but I'm not gonna read a massive long spell like that right now. Not when I'm having paragraph. I've been paragraphed for the last fucking hour and a half, which is like fine and lovely, but I'm a little paragraphed out, to be honest. I definitely will read that later. And we'll see if I don't get paragraphed for long enough on stream today, and I'll get my stamina bar will return, and I'll be able to read it. We'll see. Previous D&D editions, there was a prestige class where you leveled your telekinesis to a redonkulous level. They had the fling skyward, where you just yeeted enemies into the air and watched them take fall damage. Was that in the Book of Psionics? Is that a Book of Psionics thing? Or sorry, Psionics Handbook? I'm having vague flashbacks to a psionic monk doing something like that my friend Ryan was playing. I could be wrong. I'm having very vague psionic handbook flashes. Could be thinking of a wrong ability. Pretty sure it wasn't a psionic thing. Oh, really? Looked at the trench knife, and I might put it on a list of something, but it looks funny AF. Yeah, right. Select target within 30 feet or whatever distance scale. Make X checks. If the target's living, being compared to the check against, fill in whatever you want here. Successful, move it up to X distance for damage. Basically, that's kind of what I want to do. You know, you spend runes and make a check to do a thing, and then you can fling another thing somewhere. Use gravity magic, because like the sages also use gravity magic for themselves. They can also levitate. So the whole idea of being like a gravity manipulation specialist sage is like kind of a vibe for them. I don't really know how the knights would do it. The knights, I kind of want to make a lesser rune list, I guess, and give them a second sort of like rune. Like I always want to do a greater and lesser rune tree for them. I just combine it into one, but I'm starting to think maybe I'll revisit the idea of doing lesser runes for other abilities, like out of combat spells where you can just like use a lesser rune to like manipulate gravity to, you know, make your jump check some unreasonable, insane score, or to fly very briefly if you're proficient enough, or things like that. Superman shotgun your way off the ground and leap from one island to another. You know? Not worry about it too much. That'd be the reverse gravity spell. Yeah. Basically. Posted Sordos designing last night in the server. Was trying to go for an Astral Knight kind of vibe. Ooh. Oh, was it the one in studies, work in progress, and feedback? I think I saw that. Looked pretty decent, to be honest. I was impressed. Want to see a knight apogee tether someone in front of a charging bull onto a chasm? Well, you can with one of the alignments, the Imperial alignments. You can apogee tether also an ally. So there is that. If you enjoy your apogee tethering, you can also engage in some friendly tethers. Now, is it a good idea to? Well, hold on. Let's not get crazy here, but you know. We'll make a game of it, all right? You only need like 7 greater runes, and the players receive them around levels 10 plus. Well, the way I would divide it is basically greater runes are things that you'd use for like combat spells. Lesser runes are things that you'd use to augment combat or out of combat. The idea of the lesser runes being things like, I don't know. So sages have this whole like cantrip section of spells they can cast, more or less as cantrips. that are mostly like RP focused or things like that. But they do need to have a resource bar if you want to make them like compelling enough to be useful in skill checks and things like that. Otherwise, you just always have the ability to, you know, cast your, I don't know, star map or whatever. So I think the Knights might need to develop a system similar to that as well. Yo, Mime, thanks for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in. Honored to have you, dude. Welcome to the stream. Make an object / person magnetic for a short amount of time could be a funny spell. That's hilarious. The magnetic field of whatever. I might try and make some of the Empyrean alignments for the Astral Knight. Things like augmenting spells like that. Like whenever you do something like, I don't know, whenever you telekinetically like interact with a gravitational fucking magic spell, you could also like magnetize a person or whatever, or an object for a short period of time. I don't know how that would work in as far as like D&D mattering, you know. It's not like GMs would really interact with that system at all or anything like that, so I guess they don't have to, you know. It's like not the biggest deal. Kind of sounds like you want to complicate it by having a non-combat spell list and a combat spell list. Yes, that's exactly what I'm doing. That's precisely and specifically exactly what I want. But I want the lesser spells to also, the lesser runes to also be able to have combat application in some small form. But the greater rune spells are going to be basically a resource block that you don't have to worry about spending. It's kind of like the idea of, we were talking about yesterday, the problem with Divine Smite is that if you have Smite as like one of your spell slots, then you'll just always smite things. And so it's like, when would you ever do a flavorful, cool, like, spell in combat that would take away from your ability to cast Zenith Strike more, or whatever? Like, in order for it to just be like justify its existence as a non-combat spell or like a different combat spell, it has to have some sort of combat application that makes it interesting enough that you'd want to use it in combat other than just your straight damage output. So like Apogee Tether, great example of a spell that in combat you'd want to use, maybe because if you're trying to close a gap or whatever, or interact with you know, or like any of the spells that give you a temporary hit point shield, those are all going to have obvious and clear applications in combat. But something like, I don't know, being able to position yourself better so that you have more narrative, like, you know what I mean, like a slight bonus to your combat prowess with a narrative flair to it is not going to attract as much attention as just bigger damage, better number, you know, bigger smack. Do you think there will ever be a game like that needs a full party of Astral Knights? Do I ever think there will be a game that needs a full party of Astral Knights? I mean, you can do it if you want. Needs a full party of Astral Knights? Like, I'm not quite sure I understand the question, but I guess if I am reading that right, I do want to write like a special adventure that's specifically meant for Astral Sages and Astral Knight players. That kind of like fits into a really strong narrative of exploration of ancient sage temples and runes, and it'll either be Astral Sages and Knights or classes and characters that are aligned with the orders or are archaeologically inclined to care about sage and knight related things. So yeah, why not? Let's go. It'd be a cool ass story in my opinion. Like your full paladin game. Oh, I mean, like, sure, if I have the ability to design that game, like if I am so enchanted and charmed one day with the kind of like ability to just write adventures for Eldara and people are gonna like care about enough, I will absolutely do shit like that. You can already bet on it. There's a sage and a knight specific adventure like in the works brewing. The question is, would anyone ever want that, you know? And would I ever? This is one of the reasons why I'm trying to scale things, right? Because I can spend, let's just say, if I have to charge, like, let's just say $800 for a week's worth of commission, for a commission that takes me a week, and it's my work outside of stream for a week, and it's $800, right? And I need to make that money to live and to buy food and to pay for dog toys or whatever the fuck. And I get that kind of support on Patreon, then I can just do that adventure for everybody instead of spending the time doing a commission for one person. And so this is why scalability really matters. This is why I'd rather have 100 $3 patrons than one $300 patron. Because when you're doing one piece of work for one person for $300, then it's very specific to them. They're paying a lot. Of course it should be specific to them. They're not like sponsoring a project. I could offer that as an opportunity for people to sponsor projects. That'd be fucking rad, honestly. But the issue is that this is why I'm making YouTube videos and trying to scale and grow, because as you scale and grow and you can do more things for more people, then you can do stuff like that. And then I can say, this is the whole point of the Kickstarter that I want to do in the fall, is to say basically everyone is going to crowdfund me doing nothing but making this adventure for the next 6 months so that I can do shit like that. I would love to be able to do an adventure, a small one-shot adventure every single month, while also having a big adventure coming out every 3 months that has art and resources and new classes, and basically develop a game like this, like a living sort of like content cadence for a game. But that requires a certain, like, as I said, scalability, because people aren't going to fund that single-handedly. So at the end of the day, if you need to make $800 in a week to survive, then if that's going to be one project for one person, then there you go. But that one project for that one person isn't an adventure. It's not useful to anyone but that one person. So I'd love to. That's definitely on the list of things that I'd love to be able to do, is like make sort of these adventures for people and for the greater guild, the greater Dragon's Claim, excuse me, and make them very accessible so that we can like kind of have a large category of like big adventures and things like that. That's totally on the path. So an Astral Knight game would be absolutely like, there's a story that I want to tell for the Astral Knights that I think I'm either going to tell it with Ella and that one game I'm doing with her, or I'm going to save it for an adventure and tell a different story for it with Ella. But yeah, I want there to be like the all Paladin game, like the all Astral Knight game. 100%. That's like definitely on my wish list of things I want to do. You class the table of effects, each costing a certain amount of resources, which can be freely mixed and matched if needed. If they have enough resources, it would get away with the idea of pre-built spells they're casting and encouraging people to be creative when combining certain effects. Such as being cheaper to make fireball explode on you versus far away. So the Sage kind of does that. That is similar to the way that the Astral Sage's cantrip is modular. And so are some of their larger spells. One of the reasons why I haven't released the beta for the Astral Sage yet is because I can't get that. I got the cantrip down, which feels awesome. The cantrip for the Astral Sage, by the way, feels amazing to use. All the players who playtested the Astral Sage said the cantrip was fucking sick. They loved it. But the problem is trying to do modular spell casting for bigger spells is really hard to balance, as I'm sure you'd guess. Full Warlock game? All right. Is there anything mechanically limiting dex-focused Astral Knights? Isn't it just the game mechanics of how to hit things with the sword? Because I'm pretty sure like a longsword isn't a finesse weapon, right? And like you are going to be hitting things hard with your longsword. So I think it's just down to the basic game mechanics of equipment, if I'm not mistaken. That you just wouldn't want to have a longsword and be a finesse or be a dex-based character, right? Or am I missing something here? Sometimes I get multiple editions of D&D mixed up, and I think about a 3.5 rule, and someone's like, "That hasn't been in D&D for 10 years, bro." Adventure Downfall of the Astral Knights, Order Execute Order Eclipse. Oh shit. Oh shit. Too bad they answer to no one. Too bad they have no senatorial oversight. Limited to longsword specifically, good to know. Yes, Astral Knights only use the Astral Seal longsword. That's the only weapon they use. That's the only weapon they ever want to use. That's part of the narrative trainings. They only make one weapon for their order, and they only train in one weapon for their order. They have manuals for guards and techniques and everything to do with the longsword. They are the undisputed masters of the longsword in Teleria. There is no other order, knight, whatever duelist that is as proficient with the longsword as an average Astral Knight is. And they like it that way. So the question of what if I wanted to be an Astral Knight that uses like a fucking like scythe? You wouldn't. You're an Astral Knight. You like your longsword. You'll die on that hill. If someone suggests that you use a different weapon than your longsword, you scoff at them with disdain and disgust and disapproval because you fucking love longswords. You're an Astral Knight, man. You grew up and they handed you a longsword and they said this longsword is the best thing that's ever been made. This is your longsword. There are many like it, but this one is yours. And you said, yes, sir. And you fucking trained in that blade from the day you were like acolyted in the order all the way through your squireship, all the way to the day that you were knighted and you were given an actual astral steel longsword forged in the depths of the Astral Temple. You have been a practitioner of the longsword the entire time in your career as an Astral Knight, and you want for nothing else. The longsword does everything you could ever ask for or desire in a weapon, and every other weapon pales in comparison to the might, prowess, capability, and elegance of the longsword. That is the way Astral Knights are. An Astral Steel Gunblade, get bent. Fucking weebs, goddammit. They released one Magic the Gathering Final Fantasy set and everybody's playing Gunblades. If you say Gunblade 3 times, you'll end up summoning Ashy of Heart to your raid. What if your sword was stolen or you were disarmed? Then get it back, or better yet, you wouldn't be careless enough to lose it or be disarmed thievery. So I didn't build it in yet, but Astral Knights do need a mechanic where they're harder to disarm. Actually, did I? I think Astral Knights take or have advantage on all checks that would. I don't know if I worded it either that checks to disarm them are made at a disadvantage, or checks or they have advantage on. Whatever. They're much harder to disarm than other classes, and they always know where their sword is. So you always know the direction and general distance of your sword. You just know where it is at all times. You know, if you're asleep and someone like steals your sword or whatever, you know where they are. They're that way. They're across town. They're in that building. That's where my fucking sword is. So it's not really an issue all that often for Astral Knights to get their swords stolen or anything like that. It's not really a common thing to have happen to the Knight brothers and sisters. But in the rare cases it does, it is a bad time every time. This is one of the reasons why I'm like reluctant to give them some sort of a telekinetic throw, like blade throw ability. Because I feel like the kind of thing that they just wouldn't do, you know? And you're like, but wouldn't it be such a good idea to like throw your sword and then like rip it back towards you? Maybe as like a last ditch Hail Mary thing, but you almost never would do that kind of thing. So I could build it in as a mechanic, like as a last ditch sort of like forbidden art type thing. Who would win in an Astral Knight or Endrick with Twill? The Astral Knight would absolutely skewer Endrick with Twill. Yeah. Endrick would be too distracted with Twill. LARPing in ChatGPT with his Naifu. Depends on if Twill lets them lose or not, because Endrick will have Endrick would have no say in whether that fight goes well or not. It would entirely be how insane and yandere Twill wants to get. So it's like a Marine dropping their rifle. You can, but you won't. Exactly. And that's the thing about the Astral Knight, sort of like the way that I describe them. When people try and bring up all these like niche examples of how you'd lose your weapon, I'm kind of fine and secure in just saying, oh, but you wouldn't. Yeah, you wouldn't. And I love that I have like Atari and the Marines in our guild to like back that up. They're like, no, it checks out, man. Yeah, we've been doing that for like, how old is the Marine Corps? 200 years? Plus, whatever. Yeah, we've been doing that shit with our guns for 200 years, bro. The idea of like you have a sword and what happens if you drop it? Well, you wouldn't drop it. Seems like 250, right? I just didn't want to misspeak and quote an incorrect date. But yes, so y'all been doing that for 250 years. You guys have been not dropping your weapons for 250 years. I think that I can sell the fantasy of an ancient order of fucking knights that have been trained since birth to like, you know, bond with their blades, that you don't drop your weapon. Right? And that can manifest in mechanics, obviously. Like you have a proficiency with your weapon that you don't drop it, you don't whatever, you manipulate your sword with absolute. It's an extension of you. And you can make that, you need to make that into a mechanic, otherwise the DMs of the world will prey on that. And like, that's fine. You can't like necessarily account for everyone being stupid, but you have to account for some people being stupid at the very least. So you don't drop your sword. But what happens if you're disarmed? Well, you usually aren't. What happens if you are? You don't get disarmed anyway. What? Yeah, it's crazy. The only answer that only matters is if I get to play an Eldara game in the first place. Wait, is there a good class to play because most of a support type for Is there a good class to play to be more of a support type in Eldara? A supporter type in Eldara? Well, I mean, I haven't even built the Sage out yet. The Sage is inherently a pretty good support class. If you can play a Sage like a support class pretty efficiently. The cantrip alone for the Astral Sage makes them an insane support class. I really think that you guys are gonna like the Sage. People are a little, hit or miss on the Knight because the Knight's pretty controversial in some of the ways that I'm doing things for the Knight. I think people are gonna universally like the Sage though, right? What if Barebones Human Fighter outfights the Astral Knights? Maybe. I don't know. If they're high enough level, they could. Yeah, why not? What if the Astral Knights would react to the loss of someone who masters all weapons while they only have Astral Seal longswords? They lose to someone who masters all weapons. Oh, well, yeah. I mean, like somebody who's like an unparalleled weapon master. Like, again, we're talking about extremely high level characters here. And so narratively, if you want to think about it like this, Nick, narratively, the average Astral Knight shouldn't even start at level 1. The average Astral Knight should be going out of their temple. They are probably knighted closer to being level 5 or 6. So if you have like an undisputed, like very rare 1 in a million weapon master level 15 fighter that can like contend with the Grand Masters of the Knight Order, totally, that probably exists, absolutely. But is it common? Like, no. So narratively, these are like very elite, sort of like I'm building a class that's supposed to like scale in D&D for a narrative archetype of absolute elite fighters, so you can sort of play the fantasy through. So there's certain questions that are like, we're talking about a narrative question or we're talking about a mechanical answer for a narrative question kind of thing in some ways, which is fine. It's like fun to think about. But yeah, are there people that are like more adept with the longsword than the Knight? Like probably individuals. Like there's an individual out there who is more adept than your average Astral Knight with the longsword. But how many of that person are there? You could probably count them on one hand, in the world narratively. So my favorite TTRPG moments are from enabling other players and characters. Hence also why the Enlightened Force Power is my favorite in Star Wars Saga Edition. I don't remember what that one does, actually. Is that like some inspiration shit or whatever? Or what? What do we got going on with that? Alright, Mr. Astral Knight, boy. Let's see if Mr. Astral Knight sells the mean demeanor, the seriosity of Astral Knights well enough, or if I kind of missed the mark with him. I'll have to finish his face first for all know. God damn it. All Astral Knights are bearded, that's right. Well, listening to you yap about D&D, never having played it in my life, it's like listening to a kid talk about a game they're playing and I have no clue what they're talking about. Oh, yeah? That's fair. Well, good. I think that's a compliment. I think so. I'm glad you're having fun. The seriosity of this man. The Sage support build, though, is like part of Sage and Knight like casting and spell casting and decision making is all supposed to be just that, decision making. So it's the idea that you can sort of do a lot of things with your class and make a lot of interesting decisions, and spend your resources how you want to. And if you want to spend all your resources one day for one spell, and that's what you want to do for that day, like, you absolutely can. Is that going to allow for min-maxing, like, abuse? Like, absolutely. Are there going to be stories of, like, sages one-shotting bosses? Like, for sure. Is that a problem that I'm willing to, like, make the sage less cool for, to address? No. Nope. That's totally fine. We're gonna make the sage as cool as it can be, and we're not gonna worry about them being broken or abused or misused or whatever. I'm not making them for people that are gonna like do stuff like that and like complain about it and whatnot. Listen to the MCDM Illrigger, dumb name. I call it the Hell Knights. They occupy a very specific narrative niche of being elite warriors with a tie to a world order, being very much mechanically powerful. Yeah, I mean, that's totally like the Astral Knight is not really a base class. It's more of a hero class, and it really, in some ways, it shouldn't be a class at all. It's not really designed in that way to be like kind of a class that's like thought of as any other D&D class. It's really a niche sort of thing. The reason why I'm making it a class, okay, because like, sure, fair enough, good point. Why are you making it? Why are you spending all these resources then on making it a class, Evan? Because Ella wanted to play one, and Ella commands a vast amount of power for the things that I will do for my D&D or in my D&D game. The things that I'll develop, the things that I'll work on, things that I'll focus on. It's kind of a hard rule of mine. If Ella wants to, if Ella points her fucking magic wand at it and says she wants to see it in the world, and she'll just innocently mention that she thinks it'd be cool to play one or she want to play one or whatever, it just happens. That's just a thing that I do. So I do understand that some people are not really going to understand the Astral Knight, and it's not really going to like make sense to a lot of people, and that's okay. But I'm not going to compromise the class to fit into critique, like fair critique, I guess. I'm not going to compromise the ultimate like rule of cool vibe, whatever thing for it. So if there's certain things about it that don't really fit, like, yeah, you really shouldn't play an Astral Knight at level 1, you know, that's totally fine with me. I'm okay with like this, you know, this problem, I guess. I think you remove the hair and we just give him a shorter haircut the whole way through. I think that's what we do, to be honest. These little strands are too e-boy. You roll a UTF check and give the result to an ally within 30 feet. You can replace a defense or use it in place of a roll, skill, or attack roll, and the modifiers and add it on as they rolled it. The defense swap can only be chosen when targeted, but before the results of the attack are shared, and if instead of rolling, it has to be done before rolling. I see. That's cool. Kind of like that. That's neat. Line work. All right. Give him some scars to make up for it, alright? As she should, right? Also goes away at the start of the caster's next turn, so it's a one-term enlightenment on what's about to happen. I see. Okay. Moving the hand of fate slightly for an ally to adjust their destiny. That's cool. Well, yeah, I mean, that kind of support stuff could be like reskinned or something like that for the Astral Sage. I can't think of it right now, but I'm sure it could be. Because, like, the whole point of the Astral Sage is that they utilize their magics in a way that kind of like, what's the right way to put it? They utilize kind of the magics of creation and the primal universe before it's been like imagine the battery source of magic. Like, where does magic come from? If there's like a sort of ephemeral power source that magic is like kind of channeled via or through, what is that power source before it's like flavored to whatever like magic school you have? That's what the Astral Sages use. So any kind of like powers of origination or the universe or whatever, that kind of fits into it, I think. Why do I choose the most awful perspectives known to man and draw characters? Because you're ambitious. That's why. That's why. You want to do cool stuff. What do you mean? What's the problem here? What's the issue? I don't see an issue. Yeah, what do you mean? Good. What are you gonna do? Choose easy perspectives and never grow? Art, mediocrity, speedrun any percent. Is this a mediocre, pretty boring perspective for an Astral Knight? Yep. Yep. I'll admit it. But I'm trying to do a couple of baseline, more stoic looking kind of characters before I do like the really kind of like expressive, like martial arts, whatever fucking sword form versions of them doing stuff. So prestidigitation is one of the most powerful spells in the game if you're creative enough. Yeah, that's true. I've seen some pretty cool prestidigitation spell effects in my time. I always love seeing that creativity flow through players. I'll let my players get away with quite a bit of like crazy shit if they're creative enough. Are they creative enough? Not usually. Generally not. You said you have the skill to back my ambitions, but we trying? Oh, you don't have the skill. Oh, well, that's how you build the skill. Well, how else do you think you get the skill? I guess, like, do you want the skill to do that or not? Because there's only one way to get the skill, and that's to do it without the skill. Improving at art is actually incredibly simple. It's not some, like, arcane secret, even the slightest. Improving at art's, like, really, really simple and straightforward. And I think that a lot of the problem with art conversation online is that we talk about it as if it's complicated. It's not complicated, but it's not easy. It's hard, but the reasons why it's hard are things that require an abstract addressing, you know? Strange solutions or whatever. The ads have returned to cut off conversation. Oh man. Oh no. Complaining about ads in this economy? First, I don't find my powerful classes to be a problem at all at my table for two reasons. One, my players are optimizers, so the floor of power is never really an issue for them, and they're not in competition against each other. Two, as a DM, it's really easy for me to nudge the scales of power through magic items and other quest rewards. Yeah, that's 100%. I agree. Yeah, that's the base way of doing it. I think if you have issues with like power curve at your table, like I've never really understood the kind of the general like lamentations of DMs online that get got by their players, you know? They're like, oh, I have a power gamer that's ruining my game. What? Or do you feel like you're being held hostage by somebody who's like over optimizing things and one-shotting your bosses? Or whatever? Like, what the fuck? Just like change the game so that they don't optimize the fun out of it. I don't know, man. Unless they want to optimize the fun out of it and you like that too and you want to see your players optimizing the fun out of your game, like go for it. Like that's nothing wrong with that, bro. But like this idea of being held hostage by players because like they know how to like manipulate the game system better than you and they're just like optimizing the fun out of everything and being too powerful. Like, you know, you just like give someone else a magic item that does some cool thing or whatever, or just like have the fucking mob have more health after the wizard does their big one-shot boom nuke that's supposed to, you know, take down the entire baddie, right? Like, I don't know, I just never really like related to that. It seems very weird. It's like GMs forgot that rocks fall and people die. And like, obviously you don't like TVK the party with rocks, but like the idea of rocks fall and everybody dies is like not necessarily to inspire you to have rocks fall and kill your entire party, just to remind you that you like kind of control the world and the narrative and the flow of things. So like for Teleria, for the Horizon adventure, I even say like if combat's too easy, have a couple of extra thralls spawn in. If combat's too hard, have a couple of thralls just pop when one dies. I don't know. Balancing for D&D shouldn't be like, it's not, you know what? It's not difficult or complicated. Fuck it. I was gonna say it's like difficult but not complicated. It's not difficult or complicated. You just do it. You just balance for what you need. You change the game as you go. Power gamers aren't a problem. Just adjust around them. It's super easy and takes zero effort for most the part. Or give them a rival who is just as strong. Players love having rivals. Sure, yeah. Like, you know what the kind of the problem is at the end of the day with the whole like idea of how to play with a power gamer? Maybe it's an unpopular take. I just don't. Is that unpopular to say? I don't really like playing with power gamers. If somebody's like gonna try and optimize the fun out of a game and just power game their way through a game, like I'm just not gonna play with them. Is that a hot take to suggest that you just don't play with people you don't enjoy playing with? What? Is that a hot take? Is that like a unpopular opinion on the internet, maybe? Or what? Because, like, honestly, I really don't know what the better way of, like, I don't know any other way of, like, dealing with it. Maybe I'm just a bad GM. No, I'm a great GM. What am I talking about? I'm trying to be humble. I'm trying to be humble to avoid the YouTube comments. I'm a fantastic GM. Fuck you guys. It's too easy to subtract HP or subtract enemies. Sure, yeah. Not really find people you mesh with? Well, you'd think that was that obvious, but there's so many problems on the internet of people like how when somebody sort of laments a problem that has an extremely easy solution, that it feels disrespectful to like indulge their issue too much. What do you say? Because to them it's like a big issue. So here's an example. Evan, I can't draw people correctly. I have a hard time drawing people. Oh, how much do you practice? Well, I draw like a portrait a day. Okay, draw 5 and come back in a month and tell me how you are. Oh, I don't want to do that. Okay. Like, you know? All right, and you know what I mean? And so like the problem with like power gaming and stuff like that. Oh, I'm obstructed by a power gamer. Okay, don't play with them. Oh, but I have to because they're my friend's brother and we gotta, you know. All right, sucks to be you. Fucking get bent. Get shit on, nerd. Get rolled. Get rolled, loser. Get power gamed. Eat shit and die. I don't know. Like rested piss won't be missed. Like I don't know how to help somebody like that. Right? It's a little tricky when you have a group at the game store where one has a familiar who never gets surprised, one never falls asleep, one can't be grappled, and one can't drop below 0 hit points. Yeah, right. Shit, boys, what do we do at this point? Oh man, a magical darkness appears through the battlefield. None of you can see. I have dark vision, and you can't see in this darkness. I love pulling that on people. When somebody has like optimized the fun out of a dungeon, they're like, I can't be put to sleep, I can't be enchanted, I can't be cursed, I can't be whatever, I can't be this is a charmed, I have magical darkness vision for whatever, sense blind sight, whatever, and then you tell them they still go blind. They're like, but I have all these things that say I can't. You're like, yeah, it's crazy. Do a will save, because this is actually grinding at your sanity. The fact that you know you can't be blinded and you're blind right now, oh man, this is I bet your character's freaking the fuck out. Do a sanity save, James. What's up, Broger? Work is busy today, and all I want to do is draw. I'm like a shark that's tasted blood with the intro. So let's go, Fox. Get after it. Get after it. Let's see some more art, bro. Show me your greatness, Fox. Show me what you're capable of. I've seen people go as far as anti-power gaming, having synergy in skills mechanics counts as power gaming. They end up with a dysfunctional character they don't enjoy actually playing. Sure. Then you get the masochists like Thorkin that just want to die and have bad rolls no matter what. Thorkin succeeds on a skill check. He's like disappointed. He's like Darkness from Konosuba. Very rarely do I power game combat. If I do, it's because the party's going to struggle with combat. So I make a character who excels at combat and nothing else. Sure. Yeah. Why not? That's your jam for the game. What is magical dark vision of greatness that always works no matter what? Exactly. And that's why it's especially alarming that their dark vision doesn't work. You know? Like, again, I've never felt like I've been held hostage by a D&D player. Like, I can't do something because they can't be, like, surprised, ambushed, whatever. You tell them that they get surprised or ambushed anyway. They're like, but, it says in my character sheet I can't. And you're like, I know. That's what's crazy about this, man, is you still got ambushed. Fucking weird, hey? Dude, this is serious shit. You know? Yeah, right? Does that ever happen to you in a game? Where you're like, I know and remember everything. And then your DM's like, you don't remember this. And you're like, what? Like, yeah, man. It's kind of crazy. It's really messing with you, as it were. It's really fucking with you. Your poor little wizard character here. There's a Gen Con adventure I'm trying to join where everyone starts at first level with no armor and no weapons. That's awesome. I love that. I love that. No armor, no weapons. You're on your own, Timmy. Now go out into the world and show me how cool you are. Or go die at level 1. That's also something you could do too, if you'd prefer. If that's your jam for the day. You can also die at level 1. We'll never turn down a good level 1 death. And then I kept a stat roll that a DM said I could reroll because I had 4 of my 6 stats were under 10. It was hilarious. His name was Lucky and he was a wild magic sorcerer. That's cute. If it fits into the narrative, man. It fits into the narrative of my character, bruh. I don't get good rolls. And why not? Why shouldn't you? My Star Wars character was like that. It was an ugly duckling for the first 8 levels that random stuff picked up worked together in a weird way. Yeah, just flavor first and mechanics will figure it out later. I like that about multi-classing in games though. Sometimes you can get that really cool vibe of like, what is my character even doing? And then you get to a higher level and you're like, oh, that's what I'm building towards. Okay. I'm good now. I know what we're doing. Yeah. That's one way of thinking about it. My narrative is the characters are flawed and things don't always work. Sure. Again, we can take this too far. We can go to the Thorkin method here. Where bro's way more happy to hit a nat 1 than he is a nat 20 on literally any skill roll ever. Like he lived up to his name. When the rolls were important, he had decent rolls. If it wasn't important, the roll was atrocious. One time I surged while being grappled by a vampire. The wild magic surge made me start radiating sunlight. That's hilarious. Something I do like about sorcerers is the idea of wild magic variants, but I think a lot of people don't tolerate it, you know? They want the whimsy of wild magic without the actual, like, you know, having to deal with wild magic. And it's like, at that point, what do you do for someone that wants the whimsy of wild magic without wild magic? You know what I mean? I don't know. Give them the best game you can, I guess. Wasn't even a lot of multi-class stuff, just grabbing different skills and things. Okay. Strange assortments of different powers and whatnot. You can also get something like that with power rewards for skills and feats and shit as in your D&D game if your DM does that. Which I like doing that. I like giving players like feats and stuff as rewards, you know? I don't have any of that built into Horizon right now, but I was thinking about building some of it in. The idea of like you can get a feat or I don't know. Something along those lines. You can earn a feat from doing something, some mechanic, some thing or whatever it is. In your D&D adventure. But I know feats are like really powerful and some people don't really like them. I always wonder though what the sort of optimal use of feats should be in D&D. I definitely think that you should get more like player options more often. 3.5 feats were awesome. They felt really good. There was just a consistent like drip feed of like cool new power thingies that you could try. Cool new power things you could use. Another rad, like, mechanic that you could try out. Working towards things like cleave and great cleave or whatever. 2-weapon fighting. Feats were really fun at that point. New feats feel like the change they made with World of Warcraft talents. That then even Blizzard realized they wanted to go back on. And I wonder if Wizards is going to make that decision at some point in time to go back to feats. Custom feats as rewards. What's an example of a custom feat that you've made? That's cool. I haven't made a custom feat in a long time. That's definitely a vibe. The idea of like using the feat system to create mechanical bonuses that have like impact in your game as a reward for player whatever. That's a really cool idea, actually. I like that. Custom feats or fates? Okay, all right, hold on. We don't want to track that side of the Twitch art scene, okay? I got a very specific type of art that I make here. I don't want to, you know? It's like why I got to stop doing VTuber fan art. You get the weird boys coming in expecting they're going to see all sorts of weird shit. Let's not get into designing custom feats for our players. 5e doesn't have a great feat system compared to 3.5 where there's feat trees. Yeah, I think so. Yeah. And like what was the reason why they said for 5th edition they didn't want to create like the feat talent trees basically anymore? Was there a good reason? Or was it like our market research shows that players don't understand how feats work, so we want to simplify the game for... Like, is it one of those things, or is there actually like a legitimate, reasonable use case for not having feats anymore? They didn't want 5 to be as complicated. Okay, so it was literally exactly what I was memeing about. It was one of the issues of complexity then. Damn, we lost another one, bro. We lost another one. God, I'm trying something new with the shading and I don't like it. I fucking hate it, to be honest. I'm trying to go a lot heavier. The texture just doesn't work. I'll work on something else for a minute. Maybe I'll figure it out. Maybe I'll see what I wanted to get out of it. All right, let's do some other little sketches. I also need to add in some other little like armor sketches and things like that for Astral Knights. So we'll do one of those for a little bit. See about coming back to that guy, figuring out what to do about him. Okay, so I want to do some armor sketches as well. Let me distract myself by doing that for a minute. Some like holding a sword gauntlet type thingy or whatever. Let me get inspiration here. Make it streamlined so it's easier for new players. Also makes so players didn't have to dedicate a ton of effort into doing something cool like dropping 3 to 4 feet just to dual wield. So that I can kind of see. But I feel like there was like a couple of like 2-weapon fighting feats that they could have removed, and you know what I would have had if I was doing it? I would have had the axe, like I would grant access to those feats through class abilities in other ways, but still keep the feat system available. Which is the kind of thing that's like, imagine like you get a talent or whatever, you know, like did they ever do it in World of Warcraft where they said you get a talent for something? I don't think so, but that'd be really cool, right? It's like you just get this talent point in. That's like a cool class mechanic they could have done, as opposed to just ripping the entire system apart. Because the 3.5 feats, I think, clear 5th edition feats, it's not even close. You know, we like here, the example I always bring up is World of Warcraft. WoW classic feats or talents, no, points, what do you call it? Talents. So when you look at like classic WoW classic talent calculators, you've got all these cool opportunities and options here. Now, if you don't know what happened for World of Warcraft, why this matters for D&D. So at some point in time, they released an expansion called Mists of Pandaria. Okay. And here's what they did. They took all these talents, you got a talent point per level, and you got to put them down this tree and unlock cool mechanics. In Mists of Pandaria, they instead simplified it. So they said, we don't want any more talents where you're just putting a +1 into parry, or, you know, +1 into crit, or like, you know, reduced rage cost of this or whatever. We're going to make every feat that you, or every talent you choose, we're going to make them really impactful and awesome, so that you feel really good about every time you pick a talent. It's not going to be some like small little effect. It's going to be some big buff that changes your combat. And so you got them, instead of every level, you got one at 15, 30, 45, 60, right? And so you didn't get them very often, but they're supposed to be more impactful. It's supposed to be more exciting. Well, a couple problems happen with this. One, people, like, it feels good when you level up to go to your talent page and put a new talent in. And if you only get that once every 15 levels, it's kind of lame. So you're taking that fun little, like, dopamine hit of putting a new talent in away from, like, you have 60 opportunities to do that. And you're taking it away and put it, or 80, I guess, at the time. You had 80 because of Wrath Lich King, or Cataclysm. Not 85? 85. And you're replacing that with only like 6 instances of that. So obviously a bad choice, I think, in that regard. Well-intentioned, but they wanted to remove, like, put things that you would get of your talent calculator into the base spec. You know, like shield block. They didn't want to make it a talent. They wanted to make it something that you could, like, just earn. So similar to the dual wielding feats. The problem is they realized how fucking lame and uninteresting and shitty that is, and how bad it feels. And the issue is, we are right here with Wizards of the Coast right now for D&D. D&D treats feats like this. You don't get feats very often, and you aren't building towards anything, and they're all really big and impactful. But it's fucking lame. It's lame. You don't get a cool thing as often. And you aren't building towards something. Even if you're functionally doing the same thing, and at level 10 you functionally are the same character, if you can break that gameplay, like, decision making down into more, like, frequent choices, it's way more fun to do that than it is to, like, pick your one big ability you get at level, you know, 45. So even like World of Warcraft realized this was a terrible mistake and went back to this. Right, we have this again now. This is how talents work, more or less in modern World of Warcraft. So they even went back to the system. It's like, it looks like this, like the War Within talents. It looks more like this. So it's a more sophisticated talent tree, but it's the same idea. You know, it's got just different talent paths. Like, you need to, the only difference now is, like, here you see like one talent that requires another, and like another talent that requires another. Here everything is like chained, so you have to like choose sort of like build styles, but it's still fairly elegant. You don't have like dead talents and whatnot, and it's very, very good. People love talent trees right now. And so how do we bring that back in 5th edition? I don't think you can, but I think you can use the feat system to give players cool abilities. Like you give them a custom feat, which is basically just a custom ability. So you say, oh, you stop at this like this noble's residence and you're there for 2 months. What do you guys do? And one player says, well, I want to learn how to duel with the duel master of dueling. And you're like, okay, well, Ashy's busy, so I guess you have to settle for Vixie. They're like, damn it. Okay, well, I guess I won't be living from the dual master. But during that time, you gain a feat that gives you... It makes it so if you have a dagger in your offhand, your dagger deals an extra d4 damage when you attack with it. Custom made up feat. Some bullshit. And I think that's fun. Is it hard to balance? Sure. Is it elegant? Yeah. In its inelegance, I think it is very elegant. Saga Edition add feats and talents as 2 tandem systems, which helps. Yeah, talents are great. And that's kind of what the Empyrean alignments for Astral Knights are. Astral Knight and Empyrean alignments are similar to Saga Edition talents. There's actually one Astral Knight and Empyrean alignment that is a direct Saga Edition talent. It's the one where... if you're an astute Saga Edition enjoyer, you'll notice this Empyrean alignment. It is... Sel Elmester. Whenever you make a successful attack of opportunity, you may end the creature's movement if it's medium-sized creature or smaller. Oops, right there. So this is a direct Saga Edition talent for Jedi or whatever, or fighter. No, I think it's Jedi. Maybe it's like fucking melee trooper, but I think it's Jedi. I don't think it's a melee trooper. And I like these things. I like that you get to choose these. So you get 4 of them. And you can re-roll them during rest, but I kind of want to add in a whole bunch more of them. And there's supposed to be little things that either change your gameplay or slightly buff you. So you gain advantage on charisma saving throws, advantage on wisdom saving throws. Once per turn, you can spend a rune to re-roll a failed attack if you really want to be more consistent. Plus 2 bonus persuasion and intimidation checks. So these are like kind of RP or combat things. You deal plus 1 point of slashing damage with a successful attack. When you land a critical strike, you deal additional d4, like, you know, fun things that make you slightly more aggressive. You gain additional 5 feet of movement speed when moving towards an enemy. You know, that's fucking cool, I think. And so there's a bunch of these. These are all like named after constellations or celestial bodies. Whenever you score a critical hit, 1 allied creature within 10 feet of you may use their reaction to make a melee attack against your target. Right? Like... I think these are fun. You only get 4 of them though, but you still get 4 of them. They're kind of like a talent system-ish. Not really like feats, more like talents built into the actual Astral Knight. And then I was going to do greater and lesser alignments, but that might be too complicated. The greater alignments would be things like combat, and the lesser alignments would be things like non-combat. So I might still separate them as having, like, you have a couple of greater alignments that it's a big deal to change, and you have lesser alignments that you could change it at will if you wanted to, that are just like little buffs for RP things or whatever. Sarah Lendor is a peak feature. Which one's that? Oh yeah, you might also use Apogee Tether to pull allied creatures to your location. Yeah. We've played enough World of Warcraft, Thorkin, to know how hilarious Life Grip is. So I love Sarah Lendor. This is like, I think this is necessary talentage for Astral Knights. I think your first Empyrean alignment should be Sarah Lendor, and I think you should be able to yoink. Because here's the thing. What I don't know yet is if you have an ally that's surrounded by a bunch of enemies, and you Apogee Tether them to safety, does it provoke attack of opportunities? It currently does, and I think that's funnier because it's a Hail Mary type thing. So like if they're on like a, you know, your fighter's on like a fucking boulder over there, and you yoink them over to where you are, that's cool, right? They can't jump up to where you're at, especially as an Astral Knight. If I give them, or when I give them the abilities to do things like augment their jump stuff and whatnot, to be able to like telekinetically, or sorry, gravitationally like levitate up to a different ledge, and then you can yoink your rogue up or whatever, that's cool. But is it good? Like, is it good to just basically be able to rescue your squishy? And I think maybe is it overpowered that it doesn't provoke attack of opportunities? Maybe, but you know, attack of opportunities from a willing movement. Technically, it'd be funny though. Yes, actually, that's true. Actually, Force movement doesn't provoke attack opportunities. You're right, it is force movement, so it doesn't. I don't have to build that in. It's built into the system. You're absolutely right. It is force movement. It's not willing. I didn't say, you are absolutely right about that. So it doesn't provoke any attack opportunities. So you just yoink your party member over to you. Now, don't forget, so what does it say? You may also use Apogee Tether to pull an allied creature to your location. However, what does Apogee Tether say? Let's just refresh ourselves here real quick. What's up, dude?
How are we today?
That was the most fucking cursed thing you ever typed in chat, but thanks, Mr. Pixel. I appreciate that. Thanks for 100 bits, bro. What's going on, man? How you doing? What's up? What's up, bro? Thanks for 100 bits. Hype train, Pog. So Apogee Tether says a dark constellation materializes between your hand and a creature you can see within range. If the target is large or smaller, it must succeed on a strength saving throw or be ripped towards you and land in an unoccupied square adjacent to you. As the target is landing, you may use your bonus action to make a melee attack on the target. If your attack hits, the target is knocked prone. So you can still do this on your ally. It's like an oops moment. You ever see that video of like the Navy fucking like turret like tracking the plane, like the fucking 747? The sailors are like, no, you know, it's that kind of thing with the Astral Knight. It's like you just Apogee Tether your ally to safety and accidentally you spend your reaction to attack them when they land there. You know, that's the kind of
I just hate
right?
what obsession with giving things a high level ability that goes
Yes.
with creature fear.
Yes.
When basically anything and everything after like level 7 is usually immune against fear or has resists fear.
Wait, that's true. Everything resists fear, at the very least, right? Monka, That's a little sus, isn't it, Azalea? Thanks for 100 bits, bro. I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, right? It can be useful if you pull in the barbarian. Wait, hold on. There's a use case for that then, right? So you as the Astral Knight, hold on. So there's attacks that you can, there's an attack that I'm not sure if I wrote it down yet, but there's an attack you can make that gives you a shield. Oh no, this one. Okay. So Starfall Smash. So gather the energy around you and leap a great distance in the air. At the apex of your jump, summon a field of compressed astral energy around your weapon and slam into your enemies in a 10-foot radius of an unoccupied square within 20 feet of your original location. All enemies in the radius are knocked back 10 feet and suffer damage. So you as the Astral Knight, you jump in, you leap in, right? You smash into a group of enemies, blast them all away. Then on your next turn, you life grip, you Apogee Tether your barbarian to you. As your barbarian gets to you, you take a slash at them to cut them the fuck open, invoke rage on them, and then you just life grip in your raging barbarian now. Oh god, I gotta give Astral Knights like an action surge type thing so you could do that in one turn so that you can fucking heroic leap in, smash all the enemies back, and then you can life grip in your barbarian right into the middle of all of them, already raging and cut up by you. Oh, but if it hits, that knocks them prone though. So you knock your barbarian prone though when you do that. Oh no. Oh no, man. Oh, poor Barb, man. Shit, dude. Good to see you, Dark. What's going on, bro? How you doing? Past like level 7, and so many 6+ abilities have give fear. It's so fucking stupid. I guess, right? Like, yeah, once you're like... What was the thought process behind that? It only costs the barb 15 feet to get up. And everything's within 10 feet, so I guess you're good, right? Yeah. You just make some sort of raging attack or whatever. Still worth it movement-wise. That's true. Shit, man. I gotta increase the range of Apogee Tether. This is so stupid. That's so dumb, man. You're just gonna summon a raging barbarian to your side. Yeah. There was also another spell where you gain a big shield. Which one was it? Oh yeah, so Strike the Horizon. I really like this one. Make an arcing slash, cleaving through the fabric of reality, unleashing an explosive wave of astral energy in a 30-foot cone. Each creature struck must make a dexterity saving throw. By the way, Thorkin, this is inspired by our boy Set, which I'm sure you already got. Each creature struck must make a dexterity saving throw. On a failed save, they take 66 force damage, or half as much on a successful one. After the strike, some of the energy is absorbed into your protective tattoos, giving you 1d6 temporary hit points for each creature struck until the end of your next turn. So this is the ultimate hero move. This is you just run into the room in front of like 30 dudes, and you just slash all of them in a massive AoE strike. And then depending on how many guys there are, you just gain a huge, massive temporary like hit point shield or whatever, right? I think that's fun. I like I'm trying to make the Astral Knight spells thematic and weird to engage with, and like cool things to change the way that combat's gonna work. Like you can do that massive 30-foot cone. I think 30 feet might be too big. Maybe I'll nerf it down to 20 feet. Because you could fit a lot of guys in 30 feet cone, you know? Right? Then you have someone who can summon zombies, and the barb will never die. Yeah, there you go. Then you're just playing a game at that point in time. Yeah, no line tree damage. So this might be too powerful for 3 runes. I don't know. Is 66 too much damage to be able to do an AoE at level 2? If that's your only ability you spend all day? To get this ability at level 3, potentially, Strike the Horizon, you can deal this at level 3, but that'd be the only thing you do for the rest of the day. That might be too powerful. And I think this might make this a 4 rune spell. But I might try and make this the Astral Knight's rune curve higher and give them more runes. I think it's sadly a bit too OP. But if it's the only thing you can do, you literally can't do anything but basic attack besides that for the rest of the day then, Thorkin. Because that's the question then. So yes, it's powerful at level 2, but the way it scales is the thing that I'm thinking of. For like then if you have like 4 runes at level 5, and so now you can do that one ability, but then also, right? You can sort of like still do stuff for the rest of the day then. Usually the damage is level 6, so I'd probably argue for level 4. Yeah. We have to make that a 4 rune spell then. Which, like, changing the knobs on the price of runes is definitely easy to do. And that's one of the ways I'm going to balance mostly. I'm not going to balance the damage of an ability necessarily. I'm going to balance the runic cost of the ability. And then add in missing components where you need to. Because, like, your base bread and butter spell, just so we know what the baseline for, like, the Zenith Strike is. This is Divine Smite. You charge your weapon with runes to unleash a scattering of astral energy at the moment of impact. Deal an additional 3d6 plus proficiency bonus force damage. You may spend up to 3 additional runes to increase the damage die by an additional d6 plus 1, or make an attack with an additional plus 1 to hit. So this is your Divine Smite. So on level 1, you can do this twice a day. You can smack something over the top of the head, and that's it. Maybe it's better to make it 2d6 force damage for the level 1 baseline, plus proficiency bonus, but I don't know. Or like, yeah, I mean, like some of the lesser rune spells like Rift Strike. Blade Wreath is 1. I thought I made this a 2 rune spell. Charge your blade with the runes to deflect a melee strike, reducing damage by 2d6 plus charisma and converting the attack into a blast of star shards. You may spend up to 4 additional runes to reduce the damage by additional 1d6 per rune spent. If you reduce, like, so part of the decision making for rune spells to like increase the singular use of a spell, or the singular power of a spell, in a lot of ways, is a bad decision, and it's like kind of a Hail Mary at the moment, you know. You would almost never want to use to spend an additional rune on this unless you really had to survive an attack or something. Also, good to see you, Samurai. I saw your comment in YouTube chat. Thanks, bro. And they get the damage like shot back at them or whatever. So there's that too. Carrying Barbarian exists and has a 60-10. They can take level 3, really. Only do once before they have no other abilities at that level. Battle that I balance things against cleric or wizard damage output at that level. I balance the cantrip at cleric level, I think, for the Astral Sage. I think. Sniper, thanks for the follow. I appreciate that, man. Welcome in. Level 2, you can only one-shot a boss and a whole wave in a 30-foot cone with that. Since you deal on average 21 damage, the most boss around would have 30 to 40 HP at that level. Mobs would have like 12 HP. So should the ability do less damage and be 3 runes, or should the ability stay? Or should the ability move to a different runic? For a 3 rune spell, 46 force damage, maybe? Yeah. Or even 3. Well, 3d6 is so underwhelming, right? That's an average of 7.5 damage. Or sorry, not 7.5. 10 point, 11 point whatever damage. It's 3d6, right? 46 is an average of like about 14, 15 damage. $3d6 feels underwhelming, yeah. All right. Those are patch notes. What patch are we on for the beta? 0.9? We'll do 0.9.1, okay? 0.9.1. Reduce the damage of Strike the Horizon from 66 to 46. Fair enough. Level 2 is doable. I mean, clerics can do that like 3 times per day at the level. Yeah, right. In that kind of an AoE, though? Alright, I like it. I like it. Then it's better. That's better than like changing the overall like runes cost to be more expensive for it, I think. AoE no, but single target. Yeah, that's still AoE. Don't forget also Strike the Horizon. It's a 30-foot cone in front of you, which is why it could even maybe be reduced to 3d6. So maybe, or reduce the cone from 30 feet to 20 feet. Because like how big is a 30-foot versus 20-foot cone? D&D. Let me visualize this. I think 30-foot cone is fine. Yeah, you can fit a lot in there, but it's not like unreasonable. Be more satisfying than a 20-foot cone, I think. All right, I'm good with that. I'm good with that. Give me a sec. I'm gonna grab some more ice because I definitely didn't put any ice in my water or enough. So, one sec. Maybe it's still bigger than the one fire cone spell. Yeah. Burning Hands is in a 15-foot cone at level 1. Yeah, it just never feels satisfying, right? That small of a... I don't know. One sec. All right, we back. We back. We good. We Gucci. What's up? What's up? When anybody revolts, is there a chance that there's a chance of being timed out? True. Yes, there is always a chance when you revolt that you'll be timed out for a random amount of time. What's up, Optics? Join my first stream and bro's just gone? Yeah, it happens. That's damn. That's fucking bad luck, bro. What's up, dude? I decided to generously return him to chat. Yes, thank you, Ella. Okay, let's do some armor stuff. Little sketchies here of our little armor boy. What layer is this on? Trinkets? Nah, whatever, we'll do it on a new one. So, we need some little, like, Astral Knight type references for our armor and arms so you can build your own Astral Knight. With a little style guide, maybe. I should probably reference some of the knight armor I did for, like, Charlotte. And is that the only knight that I think I've done armor for? I think so. I think she's the only one so far, so. Now you're winning? There you go. There you go. Let's fucking go, man. Okay. So, let's just reference our Charlotte armor. Where's our first Astral Knight here? The very first design we ever did. Charlotte. Ooh. Okay. I also need to cut this out and put this version of her onto the actual, like, page, the intro page. And of course it has to be Ella's character I use for this. Of course it does. I can't wait to the first time that somebody asks me to draw their own, like an Astral Knight or an Astral Sage for them. It'll be like a cool, like, bespoke thing. People will be, like, losing their mind over. Bro, I got an Astral Knight art done by Evan Blair Art himself. Said no one. Random question, are you one of those people who don't name any of their layers? No, I usually name most of my layers. The thing is, I don't really use a ton of layers. Using more than a few layers, I think, is a pathway to being fucking terrible at art. Using lots of layers is definitely, in my opinion, an inexcusable mistake that should be avoided at all costs. Now, obviously, there's certain, like, pieces and whatnot that you can use lots of layers for. It's not a big deal. But in general, I think that you should be very, very careful of how many layers you use in your digital art, because you are at risk, definitely, of well, you're at risk of crutching on the software as opposed to, like, learning how to properly use the tool. That makes sense that those are different things. And you gotta be very careful when utilizing lots of layers. So it doesn't really come up all that often. I usually have 3 layers: a delete sketch layer, a layer, like, to a line work layer, and then a background layer. And if I'm painting, I'll have, like, even fewer layers, to be honest. It's always important, I think, to paint on as few layers as possible if you want to be as close to a classical style as you can. Nice people that have, like, they break up their layers for their piece into, like, the head, the shoulders, the eyes, the line work, the colored line work, the hair pieces. Bro, tell me you're not confident in your painting without telling me you're not confident in your painting. Let me see your layers. Smash those layers together. Merge them all together once in a while. Every fucking layer. You can keep your line work layer. If you're doing a style that has, like, heavy line work used to it, you can keep your line work layer separate. I'll tolerate that. But definitely, what do I do here for this? Let me get some ideas here for some elbow guards. Not really doing what, or showing me the kind of things I want to do here, Google. You know what? We'll wing it. We'll wing it. Size by drawing with 100 layers, for sure. I mean, look, dude. Hey, you build all the bad habits you want. I ain't gonna judge you. If your art comes out good at the end, then let's get after it. But there is a reason why the best artists tend to have fewer layers, and a lot of it comes from like forcing yourself to figuring shit out. If your art's fantastic, like there's great artists out there that use a billion layers. Now, would they be better artists if they learned how to use fewer? I think so, but like at the end of the day, the results is all that matters. If you're doing amazing shit and your work looks really good, you know, doesn't matter. You can use many or few layers as you want to. 100%. But if you're like trying to classically paint, ooh, you better be careful, man. You better be careful. There's like a couple of tools for digital art that I think if you don't understand how to use them properly, they will destroy your career. Undo key is very dangerous, and the layer is very dangerous. And if you understand the danger of those things, and that's great, and then you can like, you know, manage them properly, go for it. But if you don't necessarily understand the danger of layers and of the undo key, yeah, you best watch the fuck out. Like if I was mentoring an art student, I'd demand that they paint on single layers for all their studies. They don't get more. They get maybe an under sketch layer. You can have an under sketch layer, but once you actually no, because you paint on top of that shit. Yeah. I think it's also like painting IRL, so it's like two completely different skill sets. The thing is, it's not. I don't think. I think that the more you separate digital painting into a different skill set, the less you're painting. The more you're just like sort of digital image generation. Right, like the more you use sort of like layer styles and things like that, the less you are like actually painting, and the more you're just like digitally manipulating an image, which is fine, by the way. There's lots of artists that do that, but you have to understand when to do that, how to use adjustment layers and whatnot, overlay tools. If you're using an overlay layer, let's just say to emulate a wash, then that's beautiful. But if you're using an overlay layer to compensate for the fact that you don't know how to color in like a grayscale piece, that's the problem. So it's one of those super tricky things, man. It's super tricky, and it's not like necessarily apparent as to the correct solution for it, how to solve it. It's definitely a good idea to try and be as traditional as you can with your painting process for as long as you can in your education. Your cool layer style is, and never really used it in my life. That's fair. Yeah. Realize the context will get lost. To clarify, elbow plate armor is called coursers. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That'll help my Google search. We all think about once per day or per rest abilities, which target makes a save or takes damage equal to your class level on a fail. That's interesting. Is that a pre-existing thingy or whatever? Is that like a... We already have one of those somewhere? Slap this on here. We're gonna do a couple of different designs, a couple of different styles of them. Remember, Astral Knight armor is very ornate, very beautiful, very well designed. And to keep it all fancy. They value beauty in their craftsmanship. But the choice between ornate armor and functional armor is a decision for lesser orders. For their grand order, they can choose both. Also, wish you could continue to hear what you're saying, but add purgatory now. Damn. Well, I wish you could do something about the ads, but unfortunately, I can't do shit. Okay, let's remember what you're saying about the layer topic. What did I say about the layer topic? Fuck. I don't remember. I don't remember what was caught and what wasn't. Don't use layers. You'd be better off.
Fox gifted a tier 1 sub to Butter Red Buns 595.
Oh shit, Zelia, thanks, dude.
They have given 31 gift subs in the channel.
Appreciate it. Thanks for the gifted sub. Damn, bro. Thanks, Izzy. What a fucking G. Holy. I feel worried then. I always feel bad when my DM gives me something cool and it ends up being OP as fuck. I don't know. That seems cool to me. I don't know. Yina, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Good to have you, dude. Hello. Honored even. What's up? What does Charlotte's armor look like here? There it is. Okay. Armor's very long and fancy like. Let's do something kind of similar. So we'll have a central sort of thing here, and then a lot of these kind of like overlaid armor plates. You ever been gifted a sub before? Really? Never been gifted a sub before? Damn, bro. Welcome to the Twitch ecosystem. Let's go. You're now a full-fledged member of the Dragon's Claim. Holy. I appreciate that, Zelia. Pleasure to be here. Seeing art with good music. Love medieval things. And this remembers me to be Age of Empires 2. Oh, shit. Really? AoE 2. Wow, that's a compliment right there. Well, you're most welcome here, you know. Honored to have you. Most of the art that I do is for my D&D adventure or commissions for other people's D&D games. So a lot of it's medieval. It's kind of the vibe. So you're in the right place here, my friend, if that's your jam. You're most welcome in our illustrious guild hall. I jump back to work, but posting work in progress if you'd like to see how shaking off the rust is going. I do want to see that, actually. Let's see. Studies, work and progress, and feedback. Where are we? What'd you do, Fox? Let's see this rust shaking. Oh shit, this is sick, dude. Wait. How much my work is coming out in terms of subject matter, how drawing a photo. Wait, this is sick. These are awesome, these little sketches. I've been over 5 years, still work in progress, shaking off the rust, but proud of the fact that it doesn't look like a kindergartner did, at least with how long it's been. My Red Dead roleplay character, August. Look at her, dude. You got your little palette going on there. Let's go, Fox. That's fucking sick. Let's go, man. That's awesome. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you're back into it. That's amazing. Excellent work. These vamp braces are full gauntlets. Probably more full gauntlet type thing. Basing it loosely off of the original Astral Knight piece that I did was this one. So the Astral Knights wear gauntlets and like sort of greaves or whatever, a combination. They only wear armor on their appendages to help expertly deflect attacks. Most of the they don't wear armor on the majority of their body to keep themselves incredibly lightweight, and also they have protective runes and tattoos that they utilize basically a mixture between magic armor and like actual like astral steel and plate and things like that. So they're kind of somewhere in between a knight and like a proper knight and a monk as far as their armaments. So I want to give them very ornate sort of like one of the things that's important for them is the silhouetting of having these like sort of thicker arm guards, or sorry, like elbow guards, the courtiers, and then like really kind of like thin and beautifully like well crafted, ornate, like very, very expensive looking kind of like plate gauntlets and things like that. And then thicker kickers and shit mixed with the ornate sort of styles. And there's a bunch of different concept art for their tunics and stuff that I've already done, like different tunic designs. I think I did a couple of them on here a little while ago. Yeah, like some just base examples of some tunics that they would wear. So somewhere between Eastern and Western monks, depending on how you look at it. Definitely a monastic feel regardless. Very ornate and very like embroidered and layered and whatnot. And so their armor is supposed to kind of complement that. So it's just it's a mixture between the super lightweight armor and a more of a, let me move that over there. There we go. So maybe I'll keep that as a reference actually. Ooh, I like that. Okay. Wait, I got too many layers now. Ugh, this is why I don't like having layers, bro. Delete sketch. Oh, I'm on the wrong project. Okay, that's fine. Whatever. I'll move it over at some point in time. I'll dejack this guy a little bit. I'll do like a cool Astral Knight tattoo on his arm or whatever. You get timed out again? No, I don't think so. I see your message. Yeah. The swords all look identical, or is there variance between them as long as they remain the longsword? There's small variances. I'd say the variances in their longswords are... I need to do a whole bunch of examples of them. Maybe that's a good idea, actually. Maybe I should just do longswords. A bunch of like different hilt designs. I don't think that I'm going to give them this separation though. On Charlotte, the original Astral Knight I did, there's a separation that I gave the sword between the rune section and the non-rune section. Why do I have this up? So on the sword, I gave her this sort of like, this is cursed, right? There's a separate section where the astral energy is channeled into it, and then runes are sort of like engraved on the blade. I think I'm going to remove this for proper Astral Knights and just have it be a singular sort of longsword piece, right? And they're all going to be similarly designed, but they'll be unique. It's not supposed to be so like, if we're talking about design theory for the Astral Knights, like visual design guide, they're all supposed to share the same silhouette. But within the silhouette of an Astral Knight, you have nuances. Right? Not like... how do I describe it? Yeah. Basically, if you want to draw an Astral Knight and you want to make a canonical Astral Knight that looks like it fits into Eldara, there's certain design motifs, cloud patterns, floral designs, certain convex spikes, certain things like filigree and like fleur style kind of French design. But within that, and you can sort of assemble an Astral Knight out of that so long as your silhouette remains the same. And the silhouette of an Astral Knight very much is, you have your sort of your main sort of like figure, whether they are hooded or not, cloaked or not, You have your main sort of your main kind of knightly figure. Then they don't have any sort of weight on their shoulders, so they're kind of almost like wearing a bit of a poncho in a way, right? They've got their cloak, and they've got their big like kind of arm guards. Right, and that kind of classic longsword feel. Maybe it's more like that, actually, I think. So they're not supposed to have like a knightly sort of like silhouette of like a large pauldrons or anything like that. That's like takes away from the sort of the monk aesthetic for it. And I've tried that. I've tried like in various different sketches, different like, you know, like do they have little like knightly pauldrons, things like that. But I really like the idea of kind of the hood and cloak with the armor being very like streamlined. I mean, the original Astral Knight piece, the very most original piece that I ever did for them was this right here. So it was the idea of showing this like these figures that were sort of half armored and the tattoos on their body. So this was the original sketch in ancient elder days, years ago, of what Astral Knights would look like. So they do wear some like jewelry and some ornamentation, whatnot, things like that. It's like there's a vague religious element to it. They have a large Eldari ring rune engraved somewhere on their body. So it's usually it's almost, I mean, not somewhere. It's either on their chest or their back, because those are the only two places big enough to fit them. So, you know, male Astral Knights will usually favor the chest, and female Astral Knights will usually favor the back for reasons. But just, you know, regardless, it's not a steadfast rule. But they do need to have the ring a certain large enough size to form the protective charm for them. So the silhouette, like this is a very good indication of Astral Knight's silhouette, I think, minus the cloak. So we just put a cloak on either one of these characters. You could think of them as like the Astral Knight silhouettes, I think. So in part, trying to design the armor and stuff, I think I want to, like, as much as I can, reflect that silhouette of like the very sort of like kind of, you know, ornate, beautiful armor mixed in with kind of like gauntlets and all the other little items that you'd think of being slightly more kind of gothic-y or ornate. They don't wear mitts or whatever. They wear like full-fingered gauntlets. I don't know the difference, or I don't know the different name between like a proper mitt glove and like a, you know, fingered glove or whatever. But they always wear sort of this style of gauntlet. They don't ever wear the mitt style. The mitt style is more of like a, I don't know. It's fine, but they just don't favor it or whatever. They want as much articulation and movement as they possibly can in their fingers, and they have the means and money to make armor that does that. So it'll be aggressive. There'll be spikes on the knuckles, things like that. More of these sort of like floral, like sort of like flower petals, referencing that spiky dangerosity. But the design style guide for the Astral Knight is something that I have to approach it in a way that people who aren't designers can get an idea of what the design aesthetic looks like without being introduced to a style guide. Because your average person isn't going to understand how to utilize a style guide. Because why would they? That's like a professional tool for like illustrators and concept artists and shit. If you're just a D&D player, the style guide you have to sell to them, I think, in a way that they don't realize they're being given a style guide. You know what I mean? We have a wavy edge blade longsword. No, you may not. Straight longsword Astral Knight blades. That is not within the style guide. Mitt versus fingered in fine terminology. Mitts were more often seen in tournaments than on the battlefield. Oh, really? I thought that mitts were used by like spear wielders and pikemen and stuff as well. People that didn't have to like manipulate that often. I didn't realize it was just a tournament thing. That's cool. Well, there you go, man. Learn all kinds of things. There are no like people. I mean, look, if in your like version of Astral Knight, if you want like a wavy bladed astral blade, if you want a fucking katana astral blade, if you want like some Kopesh weird ass astral blade, like you can do all of this. I don't care, man. I want you to have fun. If you want to be the one knight that has wavy sword or a katana or whatever or some shit like that, A, like, you have my blessing to not take any sort of Eldarin instruction or canon seriously, obviously. Like, obviously, you have my blessing to do that. Because it's your version of the game. Now, am I going to give, like, an official, like, sort of like, yes, this is the canonical way to do this? No. Absolutely not. That'd be completely stupid. It'd be completely counterproductive for the kind of thing that I'm trying to build. But, like, my official, like, the way that things actually are for Astral Knights should only govern an inspiration for you in your own story. You know the story that you know best the kind of story you want to tell for your own game. And if you want to tell a story of an Astral Knight that has a red wavy sword that has chains on the end of it, and the chains are all flavored like blue raspberry even though they're red, excuse me? Hey man, have fun. You have my permission to not care about anything that I say about the way things actually are. Now, if you care about the vision, you buy into the greater vision that I have of, like, the narrative for Eldara, then sure, you know. But, like, have I done anything to like earn that kind of reverence for my vision of my own world yet? No, and maybe I never will. That's something you earn. So if somebody wants to question, like, oh well, Evan, I don't think your idea is very good. I think I want to be an Astral Knight with a mace instead. It's like, okay, then, you know, have fun. Clearly, I didn't earn your, like, you know, I didn't communicate my vision well enough to earn your, like, respect for it, I guess. And until I do, then I need to continue to endeavor to do so by creating a cooler and cooler concept to the point where people are like, wait, the knights are rad, dude. I want to build a knight. I want to build, like, an astral fucking knight, dude. And that'll be the goal, I guess, you know? Cruciform hilts format, but potentially variants in blade profile or pommel. A little bit. I mean, so long as, like if we're talking about silhouetting for it, the basic silhouetting for our sword is going to be pretty standard. It's going to be pretty, like, kind of Weta, Lord of the Ringsian, you know, pretty Narsil-y. Going to be aggressive. So don't forget. So the pommel can be so one thing that is good to know about Astral Knight blades is they're all 1.5-hand swords, or at least not, if not fully 1.5-hand, like full 2-handed long swords. The bottom of it, or the bottom section of the hilt is metal. So similar to, like, sort of the Weta style, like Narsil Glamdring, this will always be like exposed steel, and then this is the only part that'll be leather wrapped. And then we've got our, you know, our sort of long kind of, like, silhouette here. The thing is, like, with the edge of, so okay, so talking about design style guide stuff, with the actual, like, guard, the cross guard on the sword, well, what kind of stuff can you do with the cross guard? The thing is, if you listen to the, like, the way that the style guide communicates the design flares on it, then there'll be a lot of, like, convex or concave sort of spiky shapes. So you can do a lot with it, just as long as it sort of fits into that either, like, that convex kind of floral flower petal, or the more Astral Knight spiky convex star type thing. And you can do a lot within that, but you're never going to have, like, circles or large baubles or, like, ridiculous things. You might have, like, you know, extra flourishes and, like, cool, I don't know, various shapes, and I'll design a bunch of these for people to kind of get some inspiration for. But in general, you're not really going to have anything, like, that breaks the style form of the Knight blade. And, like, definitely, like, interacting with multiples of these sort of, like, shapes is a good way to, like, create your own Astral Knight blade. I do think that it's going to be important for them at some point in time to have an Astral Knight ring close to the base of the sword. So around here, to be able to, like, actually transmit the energies, and then past that you can do whatever you want with the well, whatever you want, so long as it fits within the silhouette. If you want to do, like, your very long kind of, like, sword, I think they're going to come to more of this style of a point, like an actual kind of, like, longsword point, than, you know, the kind of the bulky broadsword points or whatever. You know, we're not doing any Ash Candy Great Sword of the Brotherhoods. And then along the blade will be oops, carved runes that kind of are etched in. So, you know, between 1 and 10 runes. This is a way to like denote an Astral Knight's power, is how many runes can they etch onto their blade at one point in time. So remember, at level 20, full on Astral Knights can etch 10 runes onto their blades at one time. So that's like a big important feature, I guess, of maybe seniority or power within the order, is seeing how many blade etching rune things they can have on them. And yeah, we're not sparing any expense for like these are we're kind of magicking away a little bit of the material so we can have more ornate or finer elements in a kind of bulkier war blade, because they are 1 part ceremonial blade and 1 part like functional tool of war, and the material that they are made of is what affords them that strength, so they can make very fine ornamental weapons, and not really worry about it, not be concerned about you know, ruining the the strength of the weapon or whatever, or spoiling the... We'll just actually use this. It's not like that, like, you know, old Byzantine armor that you'd see all the like the etchings on it that they'd never actually take into combat because it wouldn't provide the kind of protection they'd need. Tournament armor was usually way more protective and closed off, is less maneuverable in the battlefield version, as tournament fighting was most very organized and the type of attacks regulated and known from which direction they come from. In jousting, for example. Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. So you've got your yeah, you're more specialized at that point. So you're specializing for the hands as opposed to like grappling. I see. I see. Just got done with my shower and want to check in on what's happening. What's up, dude? What's up, Loon? We're just chilling. We're drawing some armor concepts for the Astral Knights and doing some more concept work. I like these like concept art streams. They're always just like kind of relaxed and chilled and laid back and fun. So we'll do a little knightly tattoo on him. So the knights do get tattoos elsewhere on their bodies besides their actual like Eldari ring tattoo. Sometimes they're ceremonial, sometimes they're cultural, sometimes they're like, I don't know, whatever. There's lots of different reasons they'd get one. They get some of the Astral Knight or Astral Sage kind of tattoos as well. And they can kind of in some ways be maybe like rationalized as like lesser wards, maybe, depending on the knight as well. Etchings that sort of help like what's the word I'm looking for? Like project the protective spells they have on them. Or whatever. Let's do some deltoid striations on this guy. Really make him jacked, bro. Make him strong. Yep. Post work in progress the first time in Discord. Let's go, dude. Hell yeah. What'd you post? Character you're working on today? Or you're still working on that stuff in your seclusion? Is there besides the knights a big tattoo culture in Eldara? Not particularly with like some of the Astral Sages are, because it's like engraving sort of protective wards and stuff onto their skin. There's different cultures that have sort of like markings and stuff on them. Culturally, for some of the races and species in Eldara, some of them do it more often than others. But it's not like it's a massive widespread thing where everybody's just like inked up and shit. think that's probably a good way of putting it. Not a massive culture, but definitely some people. It's more common depending on where you go. Like the wood elves, for instance, they tend to tattoo markings in their body more than the, I guess you could say, the high elves or the twilight elves. They tend to prefer tattoos more than others, but it's more of a cultural thing for them. There's no like protective magic for it. They just like it aesthetically. It's very cool. It's very in vogue for them. They see it as like aspirational transformation stuff, you know? Whereas like depending on how like pure or like strong your lineage is, you might have like flowers or twigs or leaves growing from your hair, or even like some bark skin in certain protective areas, like on your forearms or whatever, or your knuckles. But to be honest, for like your average wood elf, you might not have any of those things, and so you might tattoo like floral patterns onto your skin in some way. Just because it's like considered to be beautiful to have like flowers growing from your hair and leaves growing from your, you know, whatever. So they might want to do that for themselves or whatever. Syncate runes in themselves like their swords. Kind of, yeah. Once Upon a Dream, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Welcome in, my friend. Good to have you. So we'll do a couple little sketches like this for the armor. We can put sort of in the corners of the pages for our class. And I think I want to do a big... I do need to do a big sword chart. That's like a big style guide thing. Because again, we have to put a style guide in here for players without them thinking they're looking at a style guide. People, like players absolutely want to be influenced by things, but they want to think that they came to the conclusion on their own. It's the idea of you think you do, but you don't. For like the Warcraft meme, people have no idea what they want, and they don't, and they want to think that they know what they want, but they actually want to be told what they want, because you want to be delighted. You want to feel like you're you want the best of both worlds. You want to feel like you're in control, but you also want to be delighted by something new that you weren't expecting. The only way to do that is to subconsciously communicate the style guide without saying it's a rule or there's an adherence to it, right? Because we're not working with designers, we're working with D&D players. Big difference. Rock Ari Izzywood tattoos, probably of flowers from, oh, the Rokari are from, as well as some like warrior tattoos to make her seem fearsome. Oh, the Rokari spelled this way. Rokari. There you go. Yeah, that's fair. Let's go, dude. I remember the players in our pirate game, Faye, Saturn, and Ella, they all got matching glowing pirate tramp stamps in one of the pirate harbors. I don't think that glowing pirate tattoos are canon anymore. That or tramp stamps aren't, one of the two. We're going to decanonize one of them. Next time I have a group of players that want to get matching glowing pirate tramp stamps, I'm going to definitely tell them no. So. Yeah, tattoo culture in Eldara, man. Also doing concept stuff today, making Voidwalker characters. Now the modifier changes the host character. That's cool. I like that. That's kind of neat. I'm a designer, probably why I'm asking so many questions. That's reasonable. The problem is that like trying to articulate the design style guide to players who are not used to taking on that role and don't want to take on that role. Because people don't want to be subservient to a role, right? When you're a designer, you're subservient to a guide. You might create the guide, but once you've created the guide, you have to be subservient to the guide, right? All your designs have to be subservient to the guide. So you that's the way you create consistency. But obviously players don't want to feel like that. So they want to feel like they're taking from the currency generated by a well thought out design without having to pay anything back into it. So it's like you have to manage their sort of like expectations and make them feel like they're the ones that are in control, but you're helping them create a design that they feel like they were the ones that came up with, you know? To encourage the best gameplay. Now, obviously, I don't expect anyone to take this seriously when the knights come out. No one's going to care. But the people that do care, I want them to have something really fulfilling to, like, you know, have a sense of identity built into their character that fits within the world and canonically feels very much like it fits within. In the story. Rolling tramp stamps, pirate tats, they definitely did that. Yep. Before they mud wrestled in a bar. That was a weird game. I enjoyed it. It was fun playing with them for a while. We played Saturday mornings too. That was back when I could like stomach any alcohol. So every Saturday morning I'd make Old Galen's Island Grog for Elle and I. So we'd have our pirate drinks with us and then our pirate snacks. We play pirate D&D with Saturn and Faye. I'll miss those two. It was good times, man. I haven't seen Saturn stream in like a year. Hope she's chilling. Okay. So a sword guide. A sword guide, you say? Got a package today. Will open later. Let's go. Wait, that was fast. That should be your promo and your Geminos art, I think. Yeah. By nickel for every time I heard a D&D party got tatted up by pirates, so I have 2 nickels. That's decent, right? Mm-hmm. That's all right. 2 nickels is better than no nickels, Sleepy. Okay. He'll have some other little ring tattoos or something on him. And by the way, the tattoos all glow. Not all of them, but they can if you want. If you want to have blue glowing tattoos, that's totally part of the style guide, maybe. Thorgan got his, and I should hopefully be getting mine today or tomorrow. I don't know. I mean, like Thorgan is across Canada, so I definitely things arrive much faster in Canada than they do elsewhere. So I for sure hope so, but I'm also not gonna. I don't want to get your hopes up. There is that too. An example of the Voidwalker modifier changing: a host character majorly is revealed as a recessive gene they carry but don't naturally show. For instance, an avian character who carries the werewolf gene will show the trait, but in blacks, blues, and purples with stars. Huh, that's cool. I kind of like that. Okay. So I gave Zora a bunch of like constellation style and like orbit whatever, like star system tattoos. For the knights, I don't know if we'll do the same thing for them. They don't all have exposed shoulders as well, by the way. Just most of them. You know, I'm basically right under you guys in PNW. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, like, you know what's crazy, though, is when I look at mail sometimes, I'll send something like, bro, I'll live right here in Canada, and that's America. I'll live, like, right here, and I'll send something right here, and it has to go all the way over here. Then it often goes either to Kentucky, or a lot of my mail goes to somewhere called Jamaica, New York or whatever, New Jersey, something like that. I see a lot of things like eBay and orders and stuff like going through Jamaica, New Jersey, or whatever. Maybe there's a big sorting facility. That or Kentucky. There's like a couple on the East Coast, but almost none over on the West. And then I'll have to go back across the country to get to, you know. It's like West Coast stuff takes longer to get to, typically, in my experience, than East Coast stuff, because like all the big sorting facilities are in the West or the East or whatever. Those abstract map of Canada and the US I've ever seen? No, I've done worse. You're lying. I've done way worse. You've seen way more abstract by me. Yeah, don't play here. You know it's true. What's annoying also is if you get anything from like anything from Japan, see, more abstract, it'll also go all the way to the east, and then it'll bounce back across Canada to where I live. You know, it like never like arrives in Vancouver and then bounces over to me over the mountains. It always goes all the way over to the east and then bounces back, which is really annoying. But that's the way it is, man. That's the way Canada do, I guess. Canada Postal Service. Let's go. Forgot that Jamaica, New York is a place. I was shocked. Yeah, a lot of my mail, if I get like cards through eBay or something like that, or like anything that I order from the US from stores, a lot of it goes through Jamaica, New York, or Kentucky. I don't remember what city in Kentucky, but some city in Kentucky. And I'll say, excuse me, when do I get my package? And they'll say, never, bitch. I say, I'm sorry, my bad. I didn't mean to insinuate that I got the thing that I paid for in a reasonable amount of time. And they'll say, that's fucking right. So, it's an aggressive relationship that we have with the Canada Post here. I do think that, like, as inefficient as many things are in the US, I do think that the Canada Post is actually less efficient than USPS. And I know it's saying a lot, but I think Canada Post has had more failures and more strikes and stuff, and has less of a track record right now than USPS, which is amazing, because I know you guys like fucking hate your postal system. But anytime I have like problems with post, like stuff getting sent back, it's often on the Canada Post side. It's not often on the US side. Once a package goes to the US, I find it's pretty good about getting where it's going to go. If I get packages getting bounced back, unless the person's stupid and like gives me a wrong address or whatever. This is why I do everything through my print store now, by the way, because people are too dumb to give me their addresses properly, like writing it down themselves. And so like, fair enough, you know, who has to write down their own address? So I just do it through the print store so that I print a label based on exactly and precisely their own input. And I'm like, not to be blamed for any of it anymore. Or like the worst is like, and not the worst, I'm not calling it up. When I ask for someone's address and they give me an address, it's a single line. And I'm like, if this is a Canadian or American address, I think I know how to format it, maybe. But especially if it's like a European address and it's like fucking made up like glyphs and words and there's like numbers and symbols and like calculator buttons in there, and I have to figure out how to layer that on a letter when I'm writing it by hand, bro, not even gonna happen. The best way to give an address is literally the way that you're supposed to address an envelope. But I think most people don't even know how to address an envelope to themselves, because like, why would you? You know? You know how to fill in your thing online. And it's fine. Again, if for Canada and the US, I can usually decipher it unless you have like a weird street address or whatever. But it's the European ones that I never know what to do with them when they're single lines. So doing through the print store, giveaways, whatever, it's so much easier. Because like, yeah, man, you just... which I might figure out if I can do that for the tier 3 stuff, is I might try and make it as an order through the print store people can put in. so that I don't have to write any envelopes out myself. It hasn't been a problem because mostly everybody's been in Canada and the US, but I do fear the day that a tier 3 tier 3 European address appears, and I don't know how to address it properly because I'm too Canadian to know how to, you know, send a mail into the ancient lands, to the mother countries. Louisville, Kentucky is UPS World Port, and they do work for USPS. That would be it then. Yeah, okay. It's Louisville specifically. It's either Louisville or, sorry, Louisville. My bad. Excuse me. I'm sorry, Americans. Louisville or Jamaica, New York. And I don't know why. We're not that bad. Well, at least you wrote your address in a way that I could decipher it, I think, Jacob. Unless you one-lined me and I've been calling you out this entire time, which I hope I'm not. But if you did one-line me for your address and I wrote it out and I did call you out just now, then I'm sorry. Need to check if what you sent me is in the mailbox. I hope it doesn't take a week since we're in the same province. It probably will. Like, I mailed it, like, I don't know, a day or two ago. It's probably not even outside of the city. Like, I don't know how often mail pickup is at the place that I drop it off. Because, like, don't forget, I don't drop stuff off in Calgary unless I go into the city to the post office. So either I drop it in a local post box, which who knows how long it takes to get into the city, or I drop it off in at the post office in the city, which is like more frequent. And for letter mail, I typically don't drop it off at the post office unless I'm already going to be there anyway. So could be a wide variance, Nick. Could be waiting a week. Could be there right now. Who knows, man? When we write letters in schools for literature, we have to form addresses. We did too back in the day, but I don't think any person in their like 20s or 30s today has had to do that in a long time. So I didn't one line. I know how to address an envelope. Thank you, Jacob. Appreciate it. Thank you. That makes it better.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to _vocato.
Wait, what? What? One? Who's that? And two? Who's the anonymous gifted sub? What the fuck? I recognize the name. That might be a TDC member. I think it is actually. But usually anonymous gifted sub randomly to somebody who's not in chat is always like to like some weird brand or something, Baja Blast or Taco Bell or some shit like that. So thank you, whoever gifted that sub. I appreciate it. Thanks, bro. Thanks, man. It means a lot. The stamp goes in the bottom left corner. The stamp goes in the bottom left corner of your mail? What? Are you crazy? The fuck are you talking about? What are you on about? Like some weird European thing? It's top left, they're kidding? You don't know the fucking words that I had to write on Jacob's letter. Like when I was writing fucking the address on Jacob's letter, I had to like inscribe a rune and like draw the alchemical symbols for fucking like creation.
Mordifist gifted a tier 1 sub to Stream Elements. They have given 4 gift subs in the channel.
Why? Thank you, Mortifist. I appreciate the gifted sub to Stream Elements. Hello to you too, my friend. Hello. Thanks for the gifted sub to Stream Elements. Thanks, dude. It means a lot. Appreciate that. How you doing? That's a great gifted sub. That's a pretty good one right there. I appreciate it. I decipher most addresses, but there are a few that I just hope for the best, like an Asian address. I just write as I receive. Exactly. If you live somewhere in Asia or wherever and you give me a one line, I'm going to write that shit in one line. And if I have to go around to the back side of the letter, I will. And it's your fucking fault if it doesn't arrive at you. Okay? If I get that shit back in the mail, shrug, sucks to be you, get bent. No, when I was writing Jacob's thing, I heard like Lord of the Rings music playing, you know. There was like it was like a whole fucking thing, you know. There was like it was like glowing and shit. I saw like scrawls of like magical like sort of energy cracking out on my table underneath it. So if Jacob tells me that the stamp, wherever fucking country, I forget what Jacob lives in, the stamp goes in the bottom left, listen, I'm not going to question this. You know not the ancient magics that I witnessed when I was trying to write that fucking thing out in the Sharpie. All right. You know not the things that I... What did I even send you, Jacob? It wasn't a crumb, was it? Was it a promo? Did you win a promo? I think it was a promo. I don't even remember. A promo. Okay, all right. God, what a tragedy if that be. So letter mail doesn't get lost that often. Honestly, the larger mail gets lost more often than letter mail. But letter mail, like if the letter mail gets lost and someone tells me they don't receive it, I'm like, what do I do about that? Because that was a one-of-one promo, you know? I had that small like anxiety-inducing moment for a second where I was like, uh-oh, wait, this could go really poorly now that I think about it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Like I said, letter mail almost never gets lost. It's always like packages and parcels, and I don't know why. Why the fuck is it always packages and parcels with big expensive shit in it that goes missing, and letter mail doesn't? And I'm certainly not paying for tracking on stuff, because the difference between sending a package to somebody like tracked versus not is like the difference between like it being like $20 and like $35 or whatever. And the problem is you're like, well, it's only $15 more. The problem is sometimes I'll send 10 packages at a time. So it's not $15 more, it's 150 more to send them tracked, which is tough. And I get a discount too as a small business for packages and parcels, if you could believe it. That's what the Canada Post discount. I got enough time to watch, so I didn't want to waste it on myself. And the Stream Elements guy is here forever. He deserves it. Wow, Mord, I appreciate you. It's incredibly nice of you, my friend. The sub goes a long way to support the stream, so thank you. For real. Yeah, Stream Elements guys here all the time, right? You can complain to Canada Post because apparently only senders can complain about missing mail and not receivers. Stupid rule. Yes. Well, I mean, like, I do complain to Canada Post, and they're just like, sorry, man. Like, I've lost probably, I think, in the last 3 or 4 years of me having a Patreon and whatever. Which, by the way, for Horizon, the Patreon sketch this month is going to be a important sketch of the fuck? The fuck? There you go. It's going to be the runes for the back part of the Horizon Adventure. So if anyone wanted that as a Patreon print this month, that's where it's at. This is the Patreon link. So fucking let's go, dude. This is gonna be an important print. Anyway, of the last like 3 or 4 years of me doing Patreon and print sales and mailing stuff and rewards, I've probably lost maybe 10 packages that really sucked. I probably lost like 10, I think. And some of them were more substantial. Yeah. I lost one package for some, well, sorry, I didn't lose it. Got lost. The most egregious one was one that had a bunch of original art in it. It had a bunch of original sketches. It was back when I was doing a full sketch and a painting for certain crumbs, and I had sent somebody their Alexandrite crumb box. So it had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 sketch cards in it. It had 1 original painting in watercolor. It had 1 small little painting they asked for as a side thing that I agreed to. And then it had a couple of prints in it, and then 4 Blackwood dice. And I sent it somewhere to Europe, and they just said, I never got it. And the problem is, on the post thing, because it was tracked, it said it was delivered. The guy's like, I didn't get it. And I was like, I don't tell you, man, your post office says that it got delivered. And they're like, well, I don't have it. And I'm like, take it up with your post office then, because they say you have it. And that was the most heartbreaking one. Because it had so much original stuff in it. Which just really sucked, man. Really felt bad, but anyway. The ruby orb, yeah, exactly. It's getting yoinked by someone in the line. Damage or sent out to the wrong line, never back into the circulation. Kind of like the scandal of the whole bunch of cremated human remains. What, Roy? Being locked by USPS, not able to be sent back because of a minor address error, despite evidence people are able to prove it's their family member. That's fucked up, man. Holy shit. Language Timothy? Who the fuck's Timothy? Wait, what? I'm confused. They might be a hot take, but I'm not sure I'm the only person who thinks that there's some people way overuse stability on brushes. Stability? What kind of stability? Like just smoothing or other stuff? Because I use a 5% smoothing on my brushes, usually because sometimes you can get Wacom issues, like Cintiq issues, where you can get like broken lines like that, and a 5% smoothing will actually fix that without any sort of like measurable effort or problem. The most recent updates to my tablet, I haven't had to use it, but I don't know. I know that like I see shit happen on the iPad all the time where someone will draw some like egregious line and it'll snap the line to like a nice curve or whatever. That shit's gonna kill you, man. That's the kind of thing that bro, you gotta get a better tablet. If that's like something you're dealing with, I think. And like, I'm kind of like, part of me is sort of over the idea of the iPad being a budget example for how to draw, because that shit's expensive, man. I was like looking at getting a new iPad Pro for convention sketching. So I hear they've gotten better. And although I don't love Procreate, I like it for like little sketching. I went into, when I bought my watch the other day, I went into the fucking store and that shit was like $2,000. That dude, what? Go get yourself a $500 laptop and a $200 Intuos or $100 Intuos, whatever. I deliver people just click deliver in their phone, then dump it at the door, which is illegal here, or are at the post office or at random neighbors and leave it for you to figure out where it is at. The computer will say delivered. Well, the problem is I think that I had signature selected. Some people really don't like when I do that, when I say require signature on delivery for some things that are like bigger, like, you know, more original art. They're like annoyed because they're like, oh, I won't deliver. I have to go pick it up because you made signature required. And I'm like, dude, in a numbers game of the amount of people who get their stuff like lost or stolen or whatever, trust me, it makes a big difference for me to have signature on delivery, like checked or whatever. The Alpha pen is expensive. Yeah, that's true too. The actual pen itself is like, what, $100 or more? We're on a character going through the act of void walking, modifying, changing them, also using a gold outline as a stylization trait that I really use. That's cool. Like on the exterior of the figure, just like highlight them, or for like design motifs. That's kind of cool. Okay, where are our trinkets at? We've got a whole page of trinkets and things like that for our knights. Maybe we can start assembling a page of... Oh, I didn't do my potion. Guys, I didn't do the potion. Oh, no. I just wrote potion on a bottle. I forgot. We need to include this into the actual Astral Knight page here. Astral Knight potion. Okay. Don't overthink it. Just draw a potion bottle of it. Okay. Tiny little Witcher style potion. Not like a big potion bottle, just a little potion-y flask type thing. Yeah, the worst thing about sending mail is having to send the mail and everything that happens after that fact. Both end just signs themselves? Really? Damn, bro. They do that shit? I'm actually glad that the first edition crumbs got sent by accident and actually managed to get to me. Well, I mean, most things don't get lost. It's not a big deal. It's just every once in a while, it's like annoying because... yeah. This is why I don't offer sending people prints with their commissions anymore. Unless I, like, know them really well. If it's somebody from the community, I'll, like, typically offer to do that. But if it's somebody that I don't, that's, like, not from the community, that's, like, from just TikTok or whatever, I typically don't offer to do anymore just because it's too much of a hassle. You have to mail something, and they have to give you an address for it, and they'll give you the wrong address, and then you have to pay the big shipping for it because whatever. And, like, I just had to send... I sent something before the strike. Like, the problem is that even if it's not your fault that something gets lost in the mail, it's still your fault in the eyes of the consumer, the customer. And, like, fair enough, you know? Right? And so that's a responsibility you have to take on as the person mailing shit. But like when somebody gets back when I was like charging like maybe $150 for a commission, and then I have to spend like $20 printing a thing more or less, and then another $15 shipping it. So maybe it's like $25-$30 all in on to get their print to them. And then it doesn't get there, and they're like, "Hey man, I didn't get my print." And you're like, "I don't know. I guess I can send you another one." Like. And then your commission, it just eats into that again, and it's like, ugh. So that's why now I'm gonna create a feature on my print store that is basically a link where you can request a print, more or less. You can request a print of your choosing. I just got to figure out how to do that in like make it into a form. I don't know if Elle can help me with this, but I want like a form where when you buy the like either the 11 by 8.5 by 11 or the 13 by 19 print. You have a form to say like, "Hey, I'm Jacob and I want a print of my cat girl that you drew for me. This is what I want from it. Please send print," or whatever. Right? And then you can just kind of like select it and it's all good. It's all built into it. You enter the address. You can enter the kind of shipping you want. It's less of an issue on mine. I don't have to like track down addresses or anything from people or like get DMs from them or wait on any of that kind of stuff. It's why for coffee I didn't update or allow for any kind of like physical print to be sent, because that would just be a nightmare and a half. Cannot sell me on an iPad. They're decent, I guess. Are they worth the money? I don't know. They're definitely a luxury for an artist. I don't think they should be your primary tool, but look, there's artists that do amazing stuff on iPads, so good for them. Legally, it's your fault, yes, but if I buy something from you, it's a responsibility to get it to my hands. If I don't get it, that means my sales has failed and you have to give the money back. Yes, sort of, kind of. I'm not sure if it works the same way here, because the thing is that the insurance and accountability and tracking and stuff like that from the post does take on the liability. So it might be different in Europe than it is in Canada. But in Canada, at least to a certain extent, and I don't know the exact full details of it, is partially it's like once it goes in, like that's part of the point of Canada Post small business whatever, is that they take the liability via insurance and things like that. So yeah. That's like a good chunk of it, which is also just why I just don't offer those prints to be sent to people anymore, because it's just too much of a hassle, And it's like if that's enough to make somebody not want to buy a commission from me, then it's like, okay, fine. There's like 7 other people that are willing to still, so it's not an issue. It's something I'd like to do for like more premium projects, more premium clients, obviously, because you want to take care of people who are like your highest end clients as an artist. But when it's just like a request sketch or something, like I'm not doing that anymore. No, I'm not sending that shit out for like a $300, $400 commission anymore. Unless somebody wants to request it from the print store and then it goes through that whole forum thing. And that's fine too, then at that point, that's totally fine. I don't mind doing that. But if I'm just like collecting an address from somebody on Discord and they're typing it in wrong and whatever, it's like, nah. like rewards, you know, rewards are the worst one too. Like I like the giveaways. It's why whenever I do dice giveaways and stuff, I basically tell Europeans not to fucking enter, because it's probably going to be a big charge when you get there because of import fees and duties and tariffs and whatever else. Sending physical things to Europe is like such a pain in the ass for like the Europeans that want to receive them. Bro, if you send a gift to someone, I could send Guapo dice as a gift and he's still gonna have to pay $30 at the fucking post office. That's some bullshit right there, if you ask me. If your friend sends you like a gift in the mail and your country's like, man, you gotta pay us, bro. Nuh-uh, fuck you. All right. That's lame. Insurance gets involved too much to make it complicated. Yeah, well, I think that most packages are base insured in some way through small business like Canada Post. But you can obviously buy insurance for bigger stuff, and it's like $3 or $5 or whatever. And if it's something important, I'll do that. But actually, is it? Because hold on, you have to choose whether or not you want insurance. If you're buying something, I think that might work completely differently in North America, Jacob, because when I buy something off an American site, the option to insure it is a choice for me and not for the sender. So it might be that once you sent it out in the mail, the liability is like your responsibility is gone. That might be a difference between where you live and then the rest of the world, as far as like who's liable for lost postage. I think that yeah, I'd be careful about being too confident that it's the sender's responsibility to make sure that the parcel arrives to you, because I don't think that's the way it works. I think that's some like weird Scandinavia shit or wherever the fuck you live. So I'm kidding. that might be a European like kind of law that doesn't apply for like North American businesses. I'd be very careful. Like if you're too confident in that and ordering like a fucking beanbag chair from America or whatever. Trying to learn how to draw on a computer, but I mainly use my iPad, so I got a few years to go, or a few years ago for Christmas. That's awesome. I mean, you can do a lot of great stuff on the iPad. I don't think it's the best tool out there, but certainly artists do a lot of cool stuff with it. Yeah. It's because a ton of online stores make a point to send all small parcels as gifts. Yeah. That'd make it hard, right? Live in the UK, I wanted to buy Ed Bin Kill's book for $30, and the book and postage is $60. Can't pay that, sadly. Yeah, I understand. I mean, I live in Canada. It's the same thing. We don't get free shipping for anything here. There's tons of stuff. I bought a necklace for Ella from the Pokemon Center. No, not Pokemon Center, from Rock Love, which is the company that makes the Pokemon jewelry from Pokemon Center. I bought her a $100 US necklace, which is about $130 at the time to get it here. And then I spent $30 US on shipping, which is about 50 Canadian. So I'm all in all, I mean, I'm at about $80 for a necklace for Ella for Christmas one year, but 2 years ago. And it arrives here and they tell me that I have import fees and whatever of $80 Canadian. What? So they get to the door, the courier company, it's like FedEx or USPS or whatever, or UPS or some shit. And the guy's just like, yeah, man, here's your bill, $80. I'm like, what the fuck? He's like, yeah, man. And I think there's like some extra fees in there that you can like not have to do, but you have to go to the airport and get like sign it for yourself. And it's like a whole fucking thing. I don't ever use courier services like that for anything like package related. And it was a whole endeavor. And it's like, I totally get that. Living in Canada fucking blows for buying anything from the US. And Europe, I'm guessing, is just as bad. Probably worse for getting stuff from the US with I don't know, sending mail across the pond. I know it's a pain in the ass for Europeans to get stuff from North America regardless. Like I was sending rewards to somebody and bro was like, I don't want that shit if I have to pay like is this a letter? He was like terrified. He was terrified that I was going to send a mail. I was like, bro, it's just a fucking letter. Like, you're not going to have to pay anything. Like, I don't know. But I don't know how Germany works. I think he lives in Germany. I don't remember. So maybe they'll just like snake him on that. I don't know. I used to have, dude, I'd make this joke every other fucking week about how I want America to invade and annex Canada just so we get free shipping on stuff. But then I can't make that joke anymore. It's like people take it too seriously now. So, god damn it. Every time you have a good joke that you like to lean on for 3 years, something happens and you can't make your joke anymore. Still pissed off. We're in customs brokerage and it's a mess right now with the tariffs. I bet, yeah. That sounds unfortunate. It's got to be so obnoxious to buy anything from Canada and the US if you're in Europe. Even Asia, I think, has a better time buying stuff from North America than Europeans do. Which really sucks, man. Bro was fearful. Wait, what? Poor guy, right? He didn't want to get those tariff or those. He said tariffs, but I think he meant import fees. He's like, "There's not tariffs on it, is there?" And I think that was a mistranslation. I knew what he meant, but it's not. It wouldn't be a tariff; it'd be an import fee. I mean, maybe there's an additional German tariff. I don't know. If Germany put fucking tariffs on Canada for fucking letter mail, then sure. I don't know what's going on. But yeah, he didn't even want his little reward. So he's like, I don't want it. Keep it. Keep your stinking paid win reward crumb, Evan. I don't want it. Get out of here, nerd. I said, okay, I'm sorry. Jeez. I'm sorry, my man. I'm sending it anyway. He said he wanted to try, so. And it's just a little letter. If, like, for some reason, it's got a little crumb and a sketch in it. It's a one-of-one sketch, sure. But, like, if it's for some reason gets, like, deleted and he's, like, doesn't want to pay the $5 to get it to him or whatever, if it does, and I can't imagine it would, but let's just be like, doomer about it and say, and if he's like, yeah, fuck this, I don't want the whatever, I wouldn't be, like, extremely butthurt if it got, like, lost or whatever. I can't be that attached to every little, like, sketch card I do and every little promo and whatever, to the point where I'm gonna, you know, agonize and over, like, it's kind of like acceptable loss. When you have a business, you know that a certain amount of things are going to, like, get lost, right? I learned that when I was working in retail at a Best Buy, that they had a certain budget for things getting, like, lost, destroyed, or stolen. It was called shrink. And that's just something you have to factor into businesses, is like what percentage of like loss there is. And so that's something that I also do with clients. Like I have certain things that make it easier for me to work with people that are like, people say, oh, you should never do that. You should never give people the opportunity to do this or whatever. You'll get screwed over by clients. And for me, that's like an acceptable loss for a lot of things. And if I do have a bad client or I need to like cancel a project or whatever, it's easier because it's worth it for me to not have to think about, you know, changing my process or whatever up to make it foolproof. You know, like, nobody wants to be met when they're going to commission you for like $800 or whatever. They don't want to be met with like rules and terms and shit. They want to be like a fun process. So, having all those in there is just like a little bit annoying. But I know that like you'll get bitten by it once in a while. And it's the same thing is true with like mailing anything or whatever. Every once in a while, someone will say, I didn't get my print, and it might have been entirely their fault. They might be like, you're dumb. You didn't get your print because you were stupid and you gave me the wrong address. But I'm going to obviously, like, you know, send you a new one because whatever reason. And I'm just going to factor that into like the percentage of lost whatever. Could have been my fault. Could have been the post fault. Could have been the way the ocean looked that day. Who knows? But it's still just something you factor into your like costs and stuff, right? The only thing that sucks is when it's one of one. You know? Once I had the luck to refuse the import fees, the guy had already handed me the parcel and asked for the fees that were higher than the value of the package. I asked him for the invoice and the customs people. He didn't have it. I told him to go get it. He actually left and never came back. That's funny. That's hilarious, actually. Yeah, dude, that's bomb. Yeah, sorry, bro. Yeah, that was the term. Brokerage was the term that they wanted. They wanted an $80 brokerage fee for an item that cost me $100. That was fucked up, man. I can't order anything from the US anymore. Unless the site has like a Canadian store to it, I can't order shit from the US. The best I can do is I can order it to a family member and then get them to bring it up or whatever. Like years ago, I ordered some small lightsaber parts for Ella when I gave her the parts to build the, oh, you can't see it. Is that it? No. Her lightsaber over there. And I got parts from all over the internet because she did this like ghetto Radio Shack style, like real lightsaber building, not that pre-built shit you get from one of those big sites. She built everything by hand, soldered it all together and whatnot. And I had to get her all the parts and the speakers and the chips and all that stuff. So she had the real Jedi experience, you know? Not one of these Disney fucking plug and play experiences, man. She hardware computer engineered that shit. She's so fucking cool. And I got a part that like they didn't really like even ship to Canada properly. And so I had to get it sent to Dashto, and he had to like hang on to it in his closet for like a year until I went down there for BlizzCon and then secretly got it from him without Ella knowing that I was getting a lightsaber part for her. There was that, I guess, you know. If I have family or whatever in the US, they can send me shit. But yeah, ordering stuff from American companies, no, I'm done with that shit, unfortunately. Where'd the battle come from? It just happens, man. You look away and it's from screen, and then you come back, and that's Evan Blair Art magic, man. Yeah, that's the Evan Blair Art experience, Sleepy. You're doing something else, and then all of a sudden, suddenly bottle appears. Yeah, what? Are you impressed? I know, right? Me too. Got the tracking from Ella. Were you able to put those player cards in that one? No worries if not. I did. Yeah, I did. Your golden blood orb, the player cards, and everything should be in there. We should be completely square. Entities, I have you completely marked off as as checked off as I don't need to even think about you ever again until next tier 3 or whatever. But for rewards, I have you completely marked off. I am on my end, on my list, I'm completely clear with you. So if there's anything that you still need from me or whatever that you don't get after that package, you need to let me fucking know, because I am completely written off as far as my obligations of things that I said that I was going to send. I'm trying to like get people cleared the fuck off and like name deleted from my memory bank, and send a package to them with whatever rewards they have or need, and then completely forget about it so I can just like focus on who still does need stuff to catch up. So if there's something, it should all be good. And if there isn't, definitely make sure to let me know if there's something I'm forgetting, because I wouldn't even like there's no like, oh, I wonder what Evan's waiting on to send me or whatever. So you should get your golden blood orb from last month. The only thing obviously is I need to send you I need to send all of the new promo for this month. So the landscape card, oops, the TCG, I need to print these out, but this is the tier 3 promo for this month, is the Hidden Runes of Horizon, and I'm gonna make 20 of them. So if you want a tier 3 promo and there's more than 20 tier 3 subs, then get bent, I guess. I don't know. But yeah, so this will be the next time that I need to send anything to you, I believe, is for this month's tier 3 that you have, which I still see you have your tier 3 badge. So thank you very much for the support, man. And I'll be sending that out towards the end of the month for everybody. But as far as anything else, rewards, crumbs, whatever, I hope that because I hope that I'm on point of it, because if I'm not, you gotta let me know. Yeah, tell me what the fuck I forgot and call me dumb. By chance, do you or Ella have a 3D printer? Because I feel like you guys do, or should get one based around all the hobbies I've seen in the past 2 days. Yeah, so Ella does have she has multiple 3D printers. So Ella, when she makes her dice, she has 2 3D printers. She has a regular 3D printer. It's a very high-end filament printer, and she'll print like, she has like a dragon skull dice tower and a couple of cool things that she sells at conventions alongside her Blackwood Dice brand. But she also has a resin 3D printer that, so Ella does everything for her dice. She's a bit of a unique oddity in the dice making craft. This is one of the reasons why she's like legitimately one of the best dice makers, like resin dice makers on the planet. And it's not even fucking close. Like the gap between her and sort of the next level tier of dice makers, it shocks people when they see her dice in person. Other dice makers are like, you must spend hours polishing each set. And she's like, yep. And they're like, but how can you do that? She's like, I don't know, you just do it. They're like, but, you know, And Ella's like, I don't know, I guess that's what it takes to be the best fucking dice maker out there. So Ella does everything by hand. She designs her, so she 3D models her own dice. Then she prints the 3D models on a resin printer, one of the best resin printers you can get to be the highest sort of calibration. Then she casts those masters. So this she'll also like get me to design any sort of like numbers or whatever. The numbering on her dice isn't like a default like font or whatever or typeface. It's one that I selected specifically for Blackwood dice and for readability. And then I'll design like the Blackwood dice sort of logo and everything for her dice and measure it out, and she'll like model it so it's like all weighted properly with like paint and all that kind of stuff. Then she'll make those prints, cast them, then she'll polish them into masters. Then she'll cast the masters to make her molds. And then from that's where she makes her dice sets. And then she obviously spends like hours and hours and hours polishing each set to arrive at some of the best dice that like literally anybody who holds them has ever seen. Like, it's, you know, it's one of the like my favorite things. Thank you, Hollies, for the follow. I appreciate that. One of my favorite things was when Norse Foundry, a very big stone and sort of premium material dice company, who are amazing, by the way. I love those guys. Justice, the like fucking the guy, super cool dude. He like got Ella's dice and he's like, can we please do a dice trade? I've never seen resin dice this high quality before. Right. And I have those dice in my, I have like amethyst dice from Norse Foundry in my like table in my drawer, because every time Ella's at an event, they're always like demanding that she do a dice trade with them. So yeah, Ella has multiple 3D printers, and she does a couple things with like her filament printer for like dice related accessories are kind of fun or whatever. But her resin printer is like the thing that enables and empowers her to do stuff by hand the whole way through. Because like a lot of dice makers will buy their masters, or they'll like buy like Amazon molds or whatever, or some shit like that. No, man, Ella like printed that. She designed that shit. She coded that shit. She fucking hacked the system and the mainframe for that shit. Yeah, dude, she's also not sure if I'd call it a hobby, to be honest, at this point in time. You know, I get what you're saying. I guess you weren't trying to like, you know, right? I get that there's not like a sense of like belittling nature to it by calling it a hobby, but I probably just for reference want to mention that it is absolutely not a hobby, and that Ella's Blackwood Dice as a business is like, it's a substantial thing. It's not definitely past the point of simply being a hobby, I guess. Not that I think that's what the intention was. It's just in reference to that word, somebody else might catch that intent, I guess, and I wanted to just clarify that not a simple hobby. The Golden Orb dice set. A Golden Orb dice set would be pretty interesting, actually. It would have to be one of her new liquid core sets. Ella's developing a liquid core set that like, to simply cast the liquid cores for her is a little bit intense, because her dice are bigger than standard dice. So the liquid core like centers that everyone uses for liquid cores that they get off Amazon or whatever, those don't fit in Ella's dice. They don't like, they're not properly, they'll like, I don't know, they won't like sit right in them. They'll be off a little bit, and it's a variance that Ella doesn't like. I don't think anyone would notice, but it's the kind of thing that like, that's like Ella's quality control, I guess. So even her liquid cores, she has to like specifically design and print and whatever and do a whole bunch of stuff for them. So liquid cores are not something she's made a couple of them, but she hasn't done anything that she's really pleased with yet, as far as like those dice not costing her like 40 hours per set. So liquid core golden orbs would be a thing that would come out at some point in time, but certainly not anytime in the immediate future. What the fuck am I looking at, Ella? Oh wait, these are all the, hey, wait, that was from me. Sam's from Canada. God, Atari's so cool. Picture of a Solar. What a Chad. These are good references, actually. Yeah, that's Ella's life right now. That's whew, man. That's some fucking that's some fucking collection right there, Ella. Yeah, okay. Well, I guess we know what Ella's doing for the next 3 years. But yes, Sleepy is D&D today. Today is indeed D&D day, in which I will attempt not to get the party killed, which means I gotta bounce pretty quick. Con prep is something. It is something, right? You know, pointy dice, like, what's funny, Nick, is most people like pointy dice because it used to be a sign exclusively of hand-finished, handmade dice. But there was someone who was at a convention, and he was an older guy, you know, one of the elder nerds. And he was like, wow, these dice are really amazing. And I was like, thank you. My wife makes them all by hand. They're fantastic, you know? And bro was like, man, she doesn't have any smooth dice, right? Smooth corners? I said, no, they're all like these kind of nice, satisfying points. It's like one of the hallmarks of like handmade dice is that you can get points like that. He's like, yeah, I just wouldn't want to scratch my table up. Sir? These aren't going to scratch your table. You know, it's one of those things like you're not going to convince the guy of that. So I was like, oh, okay, fair enough, you know. But it was a confusing, what's up, Ella? I don't want. No, I don't want. Okay. These the squishy chunk? No, I don't want another one. I don't want another one. No, I don't want more squishy chunks. This is not, I don't want the squishy chunks. Okay. All right. Well, okay. Do not chewy dice. Do not chew on the dice, okay? For fuck's sake, Sleepy. Just because she makes it with food grade resin does not mean the silicone. Thank you. Just because she makes it with food grade silicone does not mean that that they're not within immediate vicinity of toxic resin. Yes.
Part of me coming up here.
Yes.
Is to believe that these are going on the website on Tuesday.
These are going on the website on Tuesday as well,
and I'm
apparently.
going to try and figure out how to either have people be able to choose their colors.
Okay.
Because I can have them ready.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, so I don't.
Oh, so you can like make them to order for the color people want.
Yeah.
Would you have an off form where they could choose like 2 colors or whatever, and then they could?
Exactly.
What if they choose 2 colors that are fucking stupid, and they get their dice, and then you're like, these dice are gonna look fucking stupid, and they're like, no, it won't. It'll look great, and then they'll get it, and then it looks fucking stupid.
You know what? I've realized that some people have color options or color decisions that I question, and it's fun. People love my piss dice, but
that's true. Okay, well, yeah. Okay, there it is, man. Squishy Mega Chunks. Can I buy them as a chew toy for doggos? Please do not.
You didn't chew on one of them. Not one of these.
One of the small ones.
Yeah,
how did
she didn't puncture it?
She didn't puncture it.
Yeah, her teeth couldn't get into it.
Okay, well, an 8-pound Morkie couldn't puncture one of these, but whether I wouldn't. Oh, this is the same that they use for dog toys, really?
Yeah.
I still don't recommend them as chew toys for dogs, okay? Legally, I don't. You put another, I see. Yeah, these are cool. Well, I like these.
Okay, that's all.
I think the metallic color you got out of the, look at that.
The gold. Or bronze.
Well, sure. That's a pretty squishy D20. I'm surprised these like hold up. Like people will come back from a convention like a year later and say like, bro, you're like the squishy die still squishes. It didn't lose any like shape. Like damn, they held up. There you go. Okay, have fun. Okay. All right, boys. All right, it's time. I gotta get ready for D&D. I gotta prep. I gotta do some things. I gotta get ready. So that's gonna be that for today. But thanks for chilling today. Hope you guys had fun. I enjoyed my stay. Hope you guys enjoyed your stay at the Dragon's Claim. Jenny Cat, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. All the numbers, the things there for all the process videos. If you want to see the process videos that I upload tonight, which I might not do one tonight. I did one yesterday. It was really cool. It was the warlock that didn't realize she was a warlock for Azalea's sketch, that the character concept. So that was fun. That was up there. Announcements. Patreon is popping. I'm gonna upload the beta tonight or tomorrow morning for the beta class and everything like that. Updates for that. The Patreon print tier is gonna be the sketch of the Horizon runes, I believe. Yeah, I said that already. Definitely did. But I'll see you guys tomorrow morning, same time, 9 a.m. It's gonna be great. I love Friday streams. They're always a good vibe. So have a great rest of your day. Enjoy your Thursday. Please go out for a nice long walk. Get yourself Cherry Coke Zero and sit by your favorite TV fireplace and just read your fantasy smut. in peace if you're not playing D&D tonight. Or play Baldur's Gate 3, because if you don't have any friends that can tolerate your bullshit during D&D, Shadowheart is paid to. So besides that, I will see you guys tomorrow morning. Love you all. You're amazing. All right, farewell.